Chapter 355. When Fang Chen heard the name Liuli, his expression constantly changed. He pressed the hidden star sword against Luo Yu's throat and coldly asked, "Who is Liuli?" "Yes." Seeing Fang Chen so anxious, Luo Yu suddenly realized something. "You're Fang Chen? Impossible. He can't possibly have such tyrannical strength," Luo Yu suddenly said. Fang Chen, even Luo Han, who was standing at the side, was shocked. "Tell me, who is Liuli?" Fang Chen's voice was ice-cold. "Fang Chen. You're definitely Fang Chen, only you would care so much about Liuli." Luo Yu wildly laughed when he saw Fang Chen's anxious expression. At this moment, Luo Yu even forgot that he was still in danger. Fang Chen fiercely waved the hidden star sword. With a swoosh, Luo Han instantly died. Killing people without blinking was exactly what Fang Chen was doing right now. "Tell me, who is Liuli?" Fang Chen roared furiously. At this moment, Luo Yu was finally a little afraid. He looked at Fang Chen, his body constantly trembling. "If I tell you, can you let me go? Speak." Fang Chen roared once more. "Liuli is called Luo Liuli. She's a member of my Luo family." Luo Yu's body trembled as he spoke. But at this moment, a wild roar came from the distance. "Tai Nyo, you're courting death." This roar directly startled Fang Chen. He icily looked into the distance. At this moment, a figure appeared on the distant plains. That figure was the head disciple of the Sea Cloud sect, Hai Tian. Whoosh! Taking advantage of Fang Chen's inattention, Luo Yu's figure flashed and he directly rushed down the mountain. As long as he could reach Hai Tian, he would be saved. "Hai Tian, save me!" Luo Yu roared. When he saw that Luo Yu had escaped, Fang Chen's eyes turned completely cold. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and suddenly chased after Luo Yu. If Luo Yu was saved by Hai Tian, she would definitely reveal her identity. Swish! The great Luo soul slaughter flame was instantly unleashed. A wild spiritual flame shot out and drilled into Luo Yu's head, burning her soul. "How dare you!" Seeing Fang Chen attack Luo Yu, Hai Tian, who was rushing over, roared furiously. Hai Tian is... Luo Yu knew that he wouldn't be able to live. He wanted to tell Hai Tian about Fang Chen's identity, but before he could finish speaking, he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword and instantly lost his life. The instant Fang Chen killed Luo Yu, his body moved horizontally, and a large crater appeared where he had been standing. "Tai Nyo, you dare to kill a disciple of my Sea Cloud sect. Today, even the gods won't be able to save you." Hai Tian was overbearing as he roared furiously. "I've been waiting for you." Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at Hai Tian as he said coldly. With Fang Chen's current strength, he wasn't afraid of Hai Tian in a one-on-one fight. He had been waiting here for Hai Tian's arrival. "Good, very good. I really want to know where your courage comes from." Hai Tian Sheng's voice was cold and threatening. Swish! As soon as Hai Tian's voice fell, he suddenly erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura. This was the first time Fang Chen fought with a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but Fang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Seeing Hai Tian's fierce attack, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand. His eyes were filled with passion. Just in time. The 7th level of the fire and water sword art was pushed to the extreme by Fang Chen. The hidden star sword shot out a wild fire and water sword light. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 thick fire and water sword light floated side by side in the sky. Raging Sea Fist. Suddenly, Hai Tian roared and clenched his fists. The wild qi around him gathered on his fists. In the next moment, specks of blue light appeared on his fist. These specks of light contained an aura as majestic as the sea. "You should be proud to die under my raging sea fist." Hai Tian sneered. Both of his fists suddenly brandished. As Hai Tian brandished his fists, the surrounding air dissipated in all directions. Crack! As the air dissipated, the space seemed to be distorted. Hai Tian's fists flew across the air and appeared in front of Fang Chen. At this moment, the star-concealing sword in Fang Chen's hand controlled the 7 sword lights of water and fire, and suddenly merged them into one sword light of water and fire. After doing all this, The sword light of water and fire advanced side by side with the star-concealing sword, directly bombarding Haitian's fists. Dawn. The whole earth trembled. After the two collided, the wild chi soared into the sky. The fire and water sword light collided with Haitian's fists and shattered. However, Haitian's fists were also shaken to the point of pain. After Haitian's fists smashed the fire and water sword light, he paused for a moment. It was this pause that allowed Fang Chen's hidden star sword to shoot over. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword fiercely slashed at Haitian's fists. With a crack, the blue light on Haitian's fists was instantly sent flying. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen and Haitian were forced to retreat at the same time. However, when Fang Chen was retreating, he suddenly stomped. His body rotated 180 degrees in the sky and moved forward again. The hidden star sword in his hand pierced towards Haitian. Yes. Seeing this scene, Haitian's expression changed slightly. In a hurry, he used the raging sea fist. With a bang, Haitian's body was sent flying. When Haitian did his best to stabilize his body, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He coldly asked, "You're not a disciple of the Iron Sword sect. Who are you?" "The person who will kill you." Fang Chen sneered and raised his sword to attack once more. Fang Chen had already understood Haitian's true strength. Although Haitian was the strongest of the Hai Yun sect's younger generation, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat him. "To be able to force me to this extent, your strength is at least on the level of a chief disciple of one of the 9 great two-star sects. Who are you?" Haitian coldly asked as he watched Fang Chen launch his attack. Fang Chen didn't say anything. What responded to Haitian was a sharp fire and water sword light. This time, when Fang Chen used the fire and water sword technique, he suddenly activated the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Whoosh! The spiritual flame instantly condensed and appeared in front of Haitian's head. It wanted to drill into his mind. No. Haitian also sensed the tyrannical power of this spiritual flame. With a furious roar, the aura around his body suddenly skyrocketed, and a majestic black fog emerged from his body. "Brat, you're the first person of the younger generation to force me to this extent." When the black mist appeared around Haitian, his aura also soared. Crack! The black mist directly blocked the spiritual flame. After a stalemate, the spiritual flame was extinguished by the black mist. "Your strength is on par with Luo Gong's. I never thought that I would meet such a powerful cultivator like you in the divine illusion space," Haitian said in a gloomy voice. When the black mist came out of his body, Fang Chen discovered that Haitian seemed to have become a different person. Even his tone was different. "In these past years, anyone who knew my secret has died. You're no exception." Haitian's eyes were filled with black mist. Fang Chen frowned. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. "You're a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect." At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that the Haitian in front of him was no longer the Haitian of the Sea Cloud sect. He had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. "Brat, it seems you understand my Yellow Spring sect quite well," said Haitian sinisterly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. "It seems that your Yellow Spring sect has already infiltrated the Sea Cloud sect. You're very smart, but you know too much. Today, you'll definitely die." Haitian laughed sinisterly. When he had revealed his identity, he had already made preparations to kill this person. Furthermore, he was confident that this person wouldn't be able to escape from his palm. "Do you think you can kill me?" Fang Chen suddenly asked as he looked at the sky. "Killing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." As Haitian spoke, the black mist around him surged. "What do you think will happen if I spread the news that the Sea Cloud sect is colluding with the Yellow Spring sect?" Fang Chen smiled faintly. "You won't have that chance." Haitian's black mist surged as he walked step by step toward Fang Chen. He was filled with killing intent. 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art. Fang Chen knew he couldn't be careless. He directly activated the 7th level of the Water Flame Sword Art and then used the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Crack! Haitian's palm was filled with a black aura. Under Haitian's control, This black aura collided violently with the waterfire swordlight. At the same time, Hai Tian's other hand reached out, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame, 2nd level. Just as Hai Tian's attack was about to reach Fang Chen, the latter urged his late red class soul to condense a spiritual flame and use the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fang Chen had long since comprehended the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. He had comprehended the 2nd level of the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame when he was dealing with Hai Tian. The reason he was so confident in escaping despite knowing that his opponent was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was because of the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame. The 2nd level of the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame was several times stronger than the 1st level. Caught off guard, Hai Tian's palm was instantly burned by the spiritual flame. "Damn it!" roared Hai Tian furiously. While Hai Tian was wearing down the soul flame attack, Fang Chen leaped and left the mountain peak, disappearing into the forest behind the mountain peak. "Brat, you won't be able to escape." Hai Tian destroyed the spiritual flame and chased after Fang Chen. Now that Fang Chen knew his identity, how could he let Fang Chen escape? Chapter 356. 3 days later, Fang Chen appeared miserably in a cave. In the past 3 days, he had been constantly avoiding Hai Tian's pursuit. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help cursing. After Hai Tian had been possessed, his strength had caught up to the martial Marquis rankings. He was no match for him. Fortunately, his Deluo Soul Killing Flame had broken through to the 2nd level at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Fortunately, although he was in a sorry state, he had still managed to escape. Once this news spreads, your Sea Cloud sect's disciples will definitely become the target of public criticism. A vicious light flashed through Fang Chen's eyes. After another day, a major piece of news instantly swept through the entire Divine Illusion space. Countless martialists were discussing this piece of news. Have you heard? Someone fought a huge battle with the Sea Cloud sect's Hai Tian. Apparently, Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. What do you mean Hai Tian has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Didn't the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect exterminate them a long time ago? It's not just that. It's said that the entire Sea Cloud sect is connected to the Yellow Spring sect. I don't know if that's true or not. Many disciples were discussing this in a certain trading area. However, they still weren't sure if this news was true or false. However, half a day later, they heard another piece of news. They were finally certain that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Heavens, the Sea Cloud sect is a 2-star sect, but they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Once I leave, I'll definitely report this to my sect. That's right. The Yellow Spring sect is too dangerous for the ancient Sword Continent. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with them. They're helping the Avilders. Let's join forces and kill the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. Many martial artists were filled with righteous indignation. Some disciples had even personally witnessed the Sea Cloud sect's disciples being possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect became a target for everyone. Within the Divine Illusion space, all the sect's disciples were searching for the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. As long as they found them, they would kill them without mercy. At this moment, in a certain region of the Divine Illusion space, a white-robed man was leaning against a tree. His expression changed slightly when he heard the news. The Sea Cloud sect is actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said the white-robed man. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Senior brother Luo Gong, the news of the Sea Cloud sect colluding with the Yellow Spring sect has already been confirmed. Right now, all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect are being hunted down by the disciples of the other sects. What about our Luo family? Asked another disciple. You dare to collude with the Yellow Spring sect? You really don't want to live anymore. Pass down my orders. If you encounter any disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, kill them without mercy, Luo Gong said coldly. At the same time, the chief disciples of the other 2-star sects also expressed their intentions to pursue and kill the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect. However, in another part of the Divine Illusion space, the disciples of the Deluo sect were furious when they heard this news. How could that idiot Hai Tian reveal his identity? Roared Luo Khan, just who was able to force Hai Tian to reveal his identity, asked Tai Yun. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Hai Tian's strength can't be considered lacking amongst us. Someone who could force him to reveal his identity would at least be on the same level as Luo Gong, said Luo Khan unhappily. You suspect that Luo Khan did this? Asked Tai Yun. Of course, there's another possibility. But that possibility is very small, said Luo Khan. What possibility? Asked Tai Yun. Your good little brother Tai Nyo. Luo Khan looked at Tai Yun. Hearing that name, Tai Yun's expression sank. He icily said, this Tai Nyo purposely said he was my little brother in order to draw more hatred towards me. Furthermore, I heard that he killed the cloud-covering Han Yang fan with a single attack. His strength should be around the same as ours. Now isn't the time to discuss this. What should we do? Asked Luo Khan. Now that things have gotten to this point, we have to find Hai Tian before everyone else finds him and then kill him, said Tai Yun. Hai Tian's existence could expose their identities, so in order to hide their identities, they didn't hesitate to kill him. We need to act quickly, said Luo Khan. Let's go now. Tai Yun nodded. In just 3 days, the Sea Cloud sect's disciples that had entered the divine illusion space had all been annihilated. Everyone hated the Yellow Spring sect, and after learning that the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with them, they naturally wouldn't show mercy. At this time, in a hidden place, Hai Tian's expression was sinister and infuriated. Damn it, it's all because of that damnable fellow, roared Hai Tian. However, just as Hai Tian was infuriated, 2 auras stealthily arrived. Hai Tian raised his head and saw that Tai Yun and Luo Khan had arrived together. You've come at the right time, said Hai Tian. Hai Tian, how did you expose your identity? Tai Yun was a bit unhappy. It's a martial artist called Tai Nyo. He's very strong, and if I hadn't exposed myself, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I had no choice but to expose myself. I originally wanted to kill him, but he escaped, said Hai Tian. Hearing Hai Tian's words, Luo Khan and Tai Yun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with doubt. Just who is this Tai Nyo? Why have we never heard of him before? Asked Luo Khan. Could it be Jian Feng? Ever since the Sword Reverence sect's disciples had been annihilated and Jian Feng had escaped with heavy injuries, no one had seen him again. Hearing Tai Yun mention Jian Feng, their eyes brightened. Luo Khan said, that's extremely likely. Perhaps Jian Feng didn't die and instead profited from that disaster. His strength has increased explosively. Let's go find Tai Nyo right now and kill him, said Hai Tian. All right. Hai Tian was the first to move. But he hadn't even taken a few steps when he sensed something was wrong. When he turned around, a sharp sword had stabbed into his body. You. Hai Tian's eyes widened as he stared at the two of them. At this time, Luo Khan's fist smashed into Hai Tian's head. Caught off guard, Hai Tian was heavily injured. He wanted to resist, but Tai Yun and Luo Khan didn't give him a chance. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for revealing your identity. You almost ruined our plan, said Tai Yun icily. Just as Tai Yun finished speaking, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down on Hai Tian's head. Hai Tian lost his life. Less than half a day after Hai Tian's death, Tai Yun and Luo Khan appeared at a certain trading point with a head in their hands. Everyone, the Sea Cloud sect colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. The Sea Cloud sect's disciples were all killed by us. With the two of us working together, we killed Hai Tian. While speaking, Tai Yun directly threw Hai Tian's head at the trading point. Countless martial artists immediately came over. Once they confirmed it was Hai Tian's head, they were all delighted. As expected of the peak experts of the junior generation. Senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Khan really are outstanding, laughed a disciple. Exactly. If everyone could be like senior apprentice brothers Tai Yun and Luo Khan, that would be great. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, Tai Yun and Luo Khan exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The matter of the Sea Cloud sect's disciples had come to an end. After learning that all the disciples of the Sea Cloud sect, including Hai Tian, had died, they continued to search for opportunities. Of course, at this moment, many people in the divine illusion space were searching for Tai Nyo. Where is Tai Nyo? How dare he kill a disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion? He's really courting death. That's right. Tai Nyo offended the flying immortal pavilion. He's dead for sure. If the eldest senior apprentice brother of the flying immortal pavilion makes a move, he won't live. A piece of trash actually dares to provoke the flying immortal pavilion? Somewhere in the divine illusion space, the disciples of the flying immortal pavilion were clamoring to kill Tai Nyo. In 2 other places, the Iron Sword sect and the Great Luo sect had joined forces to search for Fang Chen. They were also clamoring, calling Fang Chen a coward who was afraid of death. They were constantly insulting Fang Chen. The other was the imperial capital's Luo family. After learning that Luo Yu and Luo Han had died at the hands of a martial artist called Tai Nyo, Luo Gong finally spoke. Find Tai Nyo and kill him. The capital's Luo family would not allow anyone to blaspheme them. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were nothing in Luo Gong's eyes, they were still members of the Luo family. For a time, the entire divine illusion space was filled with denunciations of Tai Nyo. As for the main character, Tai Nyo, he was hiding in a hidden cave, healing. One day, Fang Chen was healing when he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. He shot to his feet and vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave. Just at this moment, the entrance of the cave flashed and a figure entered. There's someone here. The newcomer frowned slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings and discovered Fang Chen. Who are you? Asked the newcomer when she saw Fang Chen. And who are you? Asked Fang Chen. I am Luo Lioli from the capital's Luo family. The person who came said. She had originally come from an ancient ruin, and when she passed by this place, she sensed an obscure aura, which was why she came here. Luo Lioli, you're the Luo Lioli that Luo Yu spoke of. Fang Chen was startled. You recognize me? Luo Lioli opened her mouth. Hearing Luo Lioli's words, Fang Chen shook his head slightly as a sliver of disappointment flashed in his eyes. When he first heard the 2 words Lioli from Luo Yu, he was very excited. But when he learned that this person was Luo Lioli from the Luo family, Fang Chen had been very disappointed. This woman was only in her 20s. She didn't match his mother's age. It was just that they had the same name. Who are you? Luo Lioli stared at Fang Chen. I'm Tai Nyo, said Fang Chen. You're Tai Nyo? Luo Lioli was clearly shocked. She hadn't expected this person to be Tai Nyo. Luo Yu and Luo Han were killed by you. Luo Lioli's eyes were ice cold as she icily said. I'll take revenge for them. Luo Lioli roared and unleashed a fierce attack. Red figures filled the sky, and a wild aura attacked Fang Chen. Fang Chen's hidden star sword suddenly danced and stabbed out, directly breaking Luo Lioli's attack. You're not my match. For some unknown reason, Fang Chen couldn't bear to attack Luo Lioli. Could it be because her name is the same as my mother's? Fang Chen pondered. Bang! Fang Chen put away his hidden star sword and punched out, forcing Luo Lioli back. He shook his head. You're not my match. Leave. Luo Lioli's eyes flashed with shock. Although she had only managed to dispel it for a short moment, she already knew she wasn't Tai Nyo's match. But she didn't understand why Tai Nyo wanted her to leave. Tai Nyo, you're the second person in the younger generation to be able to so easily dispel the secret art Aunt Lioli taught me. I'll definitely defeat you. Chapter 357. Aunt Lioli. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and he hastily asked, Aunt Lioli? Is her name Luo Lioli? Luo Lioli had just been about to leave when she saw Fang Chen's anxious expression. She nodded lightly. Of course. My Aunt Lioli is also a member of the Luo family, so of course she's called Luo Lioli. My name is also the exact same name that my father gave me back then to commemorate my Aunt Lioli. Boom. Fang Chen's head exploded. His eyes burned. The Aunt Lioli Luo Lioli spoke of was extremely likely his mother. Why are you asking about my Aunt Lioli? Luo Lioli looked warily at Fang Chen. Can you tell me more about your Aunt Lioli? Fang Chen tried his best to suppress his excitement as he asked slowly. Do you want to know? Luo Lioli suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded heavily. But at this moment, Luo Lioli's figure flashed, and she left the cave. Wait for the day I defeat you. Luo Lioli left, leaving behind those words. Fang Chen was incomparably excited, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. If it could be said that Luo Liuli had disappointed him, then this Aunt Liuli she spoke of had reignited his hope. The age matches. It's extremely likely she's my mother. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. He watched as Luo Liuli left, but he didn't chase after her. He knew that even if he caught up to Luo Liuli, he wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information from her. Furthermore, he was still in the divine illusion space. Even if he learned something, he wouldn't be able to leave. Once the divine illusion space closes, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Luo family, thought Fang Chen. After Luo Liuli left, her eyes flickered as she looked in the direction of the hidden cave in the distance. She muttered to herself, this Tai Nyo is so strange, and from his appearance, he doesn't seem like a bloodthirsty person. Whatever. I'll leave the matter of getting revenge for Luo Yu and Luo Han to brother Luo Gong, said Luo Liuli. After Luo Liuli left, Fang Chen walked out of the cave, looking as if his soul had left his body. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The divine illusion space had already been open for 3 months. It would close. During this period of time, Fang Chen had been cultivating. Finally, under his tireless efforts, his soul strength had reached the pinnacle of the red class. After his soul had reached the pinnacle of the red class, Fang Chen's strength had skyrocketed once again. If he were to face Tai Yun and the others now, he would definitely be able to kill them easily. At this time, Fang Chen also heard the news. He had become a warrior that everyone wanted to beat up. Iron's Word Sect, Deluo Sect, Luo Clan, and Flying Immortal Pavilion. Fang Chen mumbled to himself. Those 4 sects' disciples had been clamoring that if he appeared, they would definitely kill him. The Luo family is most likely related to Mother. For now, I won't clash with them. Since that's the case, I'll start with the Iron Sword Sect and the Deluo Sect, said Fang Chen. 3 days later, Fang Chen found one of the Deluo Sect's strongholds. He could hear the clamoring of the Deluo Sect's disciples even from a distance. That bastard Tai Nyo must be afraid of our Deluo sect and doesn't dare to appear. That's right. If Tai Nyo appears, I'll be able to kill him in a moment. So many days have passed. Tai Nyo must be hiding in some corner, not daring to appear, said the Deluo sect's disciples. There were other sects' disciples present. They couldn't stand the clamoring of the Deluo sect's disciples. Tai Nyo was able to kill the Flying Immortal Pavilion's cloud-covering Han-Yang fan in one blow. If he really does appear here, you'll probably suffer a calamity, said a disciple. Our Deluo sect isn't afraid of a mere Tai Nyo. If he appears, I'll definitely kill him. TCH, you're just talking. If Tai Nyo appears, I bet you won't attack him, said the hidden disciple. I'll wait here for Tai Nyo to appear, said the Deluo sect's disciple disdainfully. As they were speaking, Fang Chen had already mixed into the crowd. Looking at the Deluo sect's disciples, he had an urge to laugh. Do you really want Tai Nyo to appear? Asked Fang Chen. Nonsense. As long as Tai Nyo appears, senior apprentice brother Luo Khan won't even need to do anything. We'll be able to kill him. The Deluo sect's disciples were insufferably arrogant. The surrounding sect's disciples all shook their heads. They didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, Fang Chen took a step forward and appeared in front of the Deluo sect's disciple. Brat, hurry up and scram. This is my Deluo sect's territory. The Deluo sect's disciple was already unhappy. Seeing Fang Chen approach, he icily roared. The Deluo sect's disciples really are arrogant. Fang Chen smiled. Brat, don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I'll kill you as well, shouted the Deluo sect's disciple. The only thing you dare to do is shout here. If Tai Nyo appears, he'll be able to kill you with one hand, said Fang Chen. Bullshit. If he appears, I'll suppress him with one hand, cursed the Deluo sect's disciple. Fang Chen had a strange smile on his face. He walked over to the Deluo sect's disciple who had shouted the loudest. Brat, are you going to scram or not? The Deluo sect's disciples' eyes widened. Didn't you say you'd suppress me with one hand? Asked Fang Chen. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. The Deluo sect's disciple suddenly sensed something was wrong. He turned to Fang Chen. "You're Tai Nyo," shouted the Deluo sect's disciple. "Correct, I'm Tai Nyo. Now that I've appeared, weren't you going to suppress me with one hand?" asked Fang Chen. "Hurry and inform senior apprentice brother Luo Khan," roared the Deluo sect's disciple. At the same time, the surrounding Deluo sect's disciples all attacked Fang Chen. Insignificant tricks. Fang Chen extended his palm, and a wild aura appeared in the sky. Then Fang Chen pressed down. "Ah!" Pitiful cries rang out one after another. When the surrounding disciples saw this, they were all shocked. So his Tai Nyo. He suppressed the Deluo sect's disciple with one hand. Who told them to be arrogant? Now that Tai Nyo has appeared, they won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Serves them right. The Deluo sect's disciples have been too arrogant these past few years. Many of the surrounding disciples secretly said. Under the pressure of Fang Chen's palm, the Deluo sect's disciples died one by one. The arrogant Deluo sect's disciple did his best to resist. Crack! His bones shattered, and he miserably screamed, "Tai Nyo, senior apprentice brother Luo Khan will be here soon. If you dare kill us, senior apprentice brother Luo Khan won't let you off." Even now, he was still using Luo Khan to threaten Fang Chen. "I'll wait here for Luo Khan." Fang Chen pressed down with his palm, and miserable screams rang out. Blood flowed across the plains. The Deluo sect's disciples had all been killed by Fang Chen. After killing the Deluo sect's disciples, Fang Chen calmly stood there, waiting for Luo Khan to arrive. Tai Nyo is really strong. He suppressed the Deluo sect's disciples with one hand. I'm really looking forward to his battle with Luo Khan. Tai Nyo's strength is already comparable to Luo Khan's. His waiting for Luo Khan in the past half a month, the Deluo sect and Iron Sword sect have been clamoring to kill Tai Nyo. Now that Tai Nyo has appeared, it seems like he's taking revenge. Tai Nyo is too strong. Among the younger generation, besides Luo Gong, no one can match him. Because this plane was relatively close to a certain trading point, the martialists who heard the news all rushed over to watch Tai Nyo. As time passed, more and more martialists gathered on the plane. They knew that a storm was coming. From the fact that Tai Nyo could suppress the Deluo sect's disciples with a flip of his palm, he was already very strong. Furthermore, he hadn't left and was waiting for Luo Khan. This meant that he had the confidence to fight Luo Khan a pinnacle showdown. This will definitely be a pinnacle showdown. Tai Nyo and Luo Khan will fight. Regardless of the outcome, Tai Nyo's name will definitely resound throughout the divine illusion space. Just as the disciples were discussing, the space in the distance suddenly fluctuated. A wild aura instantly rushed over. Tai Nyo, you've finally appeared. A thunderous voice rang out in everyone's ears. The leading figure of the Deluo sect's younger generation, Luo Khan, had arrived. Chapter 358. He was the leader of the younger generation of the Deluo sect and one of the 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation. The 9 childs of the Golden Crown Nation were the strongest of the younger generation. They were the chief disciples of the 9 two-star sect. Jian Feng from the sword-worshipping sect was also one of the 9 childs. However, his strength could only be considered below average among the 9 childs. Luo Khan's strength was stronger than Jian Feng's by a notch. He came with an aggressive aura. "I don't care if you are Tai Nyo, you will die today." Luo Khan's body flashed and appeared on the plane in an instant, facing off against Fang Chen. "You are finally here. You are much slower than I expected." Fang Chen squinted his eyes and said casually. There was no fear in his voice. When his soul reached the peak of the red rank, his soul cultivation level also increased, reaching the peak of the first rank. It was not an exaggeration to say that a peak of the first rank could easily kill a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. It could even be said that Fang Chen's current strength was close to Luo Gong's. Against Luo Gongbi, Luo Khan was nothing to be afraid of. Today, he would start a massacre to avenge the dead disciples of the worshipping sword sect. "Since you want to die faster, I will fulfill your wish." Luo Khan's eyes were red as he looked at Fang Chen and said coldly. At this moment, some of the warriors hiding in the dark started to make bets. "Anyone want to bet on Tai Nyo to win?" 1-5. Bet on Luo Khan to win, 1-3. A disciple shouted secretly. Hearing this, the crowd started to place their bets. I bet 1 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Khan. I bet 2 million mid-grade spirit stones on Tai Nyo. You idiot, Luo Khan is one of the 9 childs. Tai Nyo is a new warrior. If he loses, you will be in trouble. I bet 5 million mid-grade spirit stones on Luo Khan. Most of the warriors here bet on Luo Khan because they did not believe in Tai Nyo. They would rather bet on Luo Khan. Of course, there were also some martial artists who believed that Tai Nyo was a dark horse that could stay dark until the end. There were even some who bet their entire fortune on Tai Nyo's victory. Did you hear that? They are all supporting me. Your chances of winning are extremely small. In fact, you could even say that there is none. Luo Khan sneered when he heard that. Then, Luo Khan turned around and looked at the person who had placed the bet. After that, he said, "Can I bet on myself?" Of course. This martial artist was also stunned. He originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to earn a sum of money, but he did not expect that even Luo Khan would be attracted. "Alright, I'll bet 1 million high-grade spirit stones. I win." Luo Khan flicked his wrist and threw out a spatial ring. This spatial ring contained 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Hearing Luo Khan's words, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Luo Khan was worthy of being the top expert of the younger generation of the Luo sect. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. If he won, he would be able to earn 3 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Seeing that Luo Khan had made his move, Fang Chen grinned and said, "If that's the case, I'll place a bet as well. I'll bet 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones." In Fang Chen's spatial ring, there were still more than 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. A mere 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was nothing. Of course, the reason why Fang Chen used mid-grade spirit stones to bet was because he did not have any high-grade spirit stones on him right now. When Fang Chen threw the spatial ring to the person who had placed the bet, he was completely stunned. Fang Chen had actually placed a bet of 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This martial artist was stunned for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Alright, I accept both of your bets." Since they wanted to earn spirit stones, they had to have enough courage. After Fang Chen and Luo Khan had placed their bets, the two of them were surrounded by a dense aura. They were confronting each other, as if a battle would break out at any moment. Suddenly, Luo Khan said, "Tai Nyo, I'll give you a chance. If you kill yourself in front of me, I'll leave your corpse intact." "You want me to kill myself? Do you have the strength to do so?" Fang Chen sneered and said. The reason why he had been chased by Hai Tian back then was because Hai Tian had been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, his strength had increased once again. Even if he met the leader of the 9 young masters, Luo Gong, he would not be afraid. "Alright, then you can die," Luo Khan roared furiously. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around Luo Khan. He slowly raised both of his hands. On his palms, there was an extremely dense spiritual energy. The Deluo sect's secret art, the Deluo Absolute Killer, was an extremely tyrannical secret art. As the leader of the younger generation of the Deluo sect, he had naturally cultivated the Deluo Absolute Killer to a certain level. Once the Deluo Absolute Killer was used, his hands would instantly grab the enemy's neck, then he would use force to break the enemy's neck. This cultivation technique was very unyielding. Usually, when the disciples of the Deluo sect sparred, there would be deaths. Luo Khan had used the Deluo Absolute Killer right from the start. It was enough to show how much he valued Tai Nyo. Luo Khan is actually using the Deluo Absolute Killer. "I wonder what method Tai Nyo will use to block it," a disciple exclaimed. "Just watch and you'll know." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo Khan, who was filled with a ruthless aura. There was a scarlet halo on his hands. This halo was the symbol of the Deluo Absolute Killer. Deluo Absolute Killer, huh? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a playful smile as he muttered to himself. Just at this moment, an impatient voice rang out from the spatial ring. It came from the Python sword. "You actually dare to take out such a trashy cultivation technique?" What a disgrace. Hurry up and deal with him, said the bronze ancestor impatiently. Old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently. The reason why he said that was because he knew that Fang Chen's strength was enough to crush his opponent. Fang Chen nodded when he heard that. A murderous aura surfaced in his eyes. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly danced. Whoosh! When the 7th level of the water-fire sword art was displayed, a majestic swordlight shook the heavens and earth. When the swordlight struck the Deluo Absolute Killer, it instantly shattered the Deluo Absolute Killer. Bang! Luo Khan was forced to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Luo Khan thought that even if he couldn't kill Tai Nyo with the Deluo Absolute Killer, he would still be able to severely injure Tai Nyo. But now, it seemed that his thoughts were too naive. Deluo Absolute Killer, Absolute Killer. Luo Khan roared and frantically executed the ultimate move of the Deluo Absolute Killer. His hands carried an earth-shattering aura as they pressed down on Fang Chen. Deluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. Fang Chen didn't use the 7th level of the water-fire sword art. Instead, he used the Deluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. A soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the first-grade soul cultivator's soul slaughtering flame was no joke. Whoosh! In the sky, a terrifying soul aura instantly condensed into a fiery dragon. This fiery dragon pierced through the Deluo Absolute Killer and drilled into Luo Khan's head. Ah! Shortly after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. Luo Khan's attack stopped. His body was constantly trembling and his eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, he was fully mobilizing his soul to resist the attack of the Deluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen's strength had once again shocked all the martialists. Tai Nyo is too powerful. In just 2 moves, Luo Khan couldn't even fight back. What a powerful battle. This is the strongest battle I've seen in my life. Who exactly is this Tai Nyo? His strength is already comparable to Luo Gong, the leader of the 9 great princes. When did such a heaven-defying martialist appear in our Golden Crown nation? He's too powerful. His soul-slaughtering flame made even me tremble. If he attacked me, he could kill me with a wave of his hand. On the plains, the spectating disciples were all shocked. Of course, after their shock, their hearts ached. Damn it, my spirit stones. It wasn't easy for me to obtain them in the divine illusion space, but I gave them away just like that. My 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. That's the majority of my wealth. For a few million middle-grade spirit stones, I almost died in some ruins. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted Luo Khan back then. Many of the martialists who had bet on Luo Khan were howling. Although the battle hadn't ended, Luo Khan's defeat was already set. Ah! Luo Khan cried out miserably as he blocked the Deluo Soul Slaughtering Flame. How annoying. Fang Chen shook his head. He stabbed the hidden star sword at Luo Khan, preparing to end his life. However, something strange happened at this moment. A large amount of black aura suddenly surged out of Luo Khan's body. The moment this black aura appeared, Luo Khan seemed to have become a different person. The great Luo soul-killing flame in his mind was extinguished instantly. At this moment, Luo Khan gave off a sinister feeling. You've finally revealed your true body. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Luo Khan. When he had discovered that the Sea Cloud sect was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen had guessed that the Iron Sword sect and Deluo Gate were also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. Now it seemed that his guess had been correct. What Yellow Spring sect's aura? Could it be that the Deluo Gate is also colluding with the Yellow Spring sect? Damnable Deluo Gate, they're actually colluding with the Yellow Spring sect. They've really lost face for our Golden Crown nation. Iron Bull, kill Luo Khan and get rid of this scourge for our Golden Crown nation. This kind of vermin is the scum of our martial world. We have to kill them. Furthermore, we have to unite all the sect's disciples in the divine illusion space to attack the Deluo Gate. When the disciples discovered the Yellow Spring sect's aura on Luo Khan's body, they were all infuriated. Iron Bull, I'll personally kill you. Luo Khan's eyes were scarlet as he sinisterly looked at Fang Chen. It won't be long before this matter spreads throughout the entire divine illusion space. At that time, your Deluo sect will suffer the same fate as the Sea Cloud sect, being hunted down by all the disciples, Fang Chen said as he calmly looked at Luo Khan. Before that, I'll kill everyone who knows about this. Luo Khan sinisterly smiled. Chapter 359. After revealing his true form, Luo Khan's strength had soared. He was infinitely close to being on the Martial Marquis list. He was much stronger than Luo Gong, so he was confident that he could definitely kill Fang Chen and everyone else. Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. He also wanted to test just how strong Luo Khan was. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the Deluo Soul Killer Flame was unleashed once again. In the sky, the Peak Red Class Soul instantly turned into a fire dragon and attacked Luo Khan. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword danced. He used the 7th level of the Fire and Water Sword art to launch a two-pronged attack. Child's play. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Khan sneered. Dense black fog appeared above his hands. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, he grabbed the fire dragon with both hands. Crack! After Luo Khan grabbed the fire dragon, he directly crushed it. At this moment, the Fire and Water Sword art appeared in front of Luo Khan. Crack! Luo Khan was using all his strength to resist the fire dragon. Caught off guard, he was hit by the Fire and Water Sword art. However, it wasn't a big deal. Your strongest attack was blocked by me. What are you going to use to kill me? Luo Khan looked at Fang Chen coldly. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to deal with his opponent. At this moment, Old Ancestor Bronze said impatiently, I hate the aura on his body. Kid, go ahead and attack. I will suppress his aura. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He used the Deluo Soul Slaughter Flame and the Fire and Water Sword art. Seeing Fang Chen's attack, Luo Khan's face darkened. The black fog around him surged. His heart was filled with killing intent. However, just as he was about to grab the fire dragon, a dazzling light suddenly shot out from Fang Chen's spatial ring and entered the black fog. Ah! Then, Luo Khan let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, the black fog around Luo Khan's body dissipated rapidly. How is this possible? Luo Khan cried out involuntarily when he saw this scene. The reason why he was so powerful was because of the powerful souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, the souls of the members of the Yellow Spring sect were being suppressed. Swish! As Luo Khan screamed miserably, Fang Chen's water and fire swordlight pierced into Luo Khan's body. The fire dragon also burrowed into Luo Khan's mind. Pucha Luo Khan's body had been pierced through by Fang Chen's sword. His soul had also been burned by the fire dragon. Luo Khan, who had been incomparably strong just a moment ago, had been instantly defeated by Fang Chen. Many of the martial artists present were dumbfounded at this scene. At this moment, it was as though a god of war had appeared. It was too tyrannical. Of course, he knew that it was all thanks to Ancestor Bronze, who had helped him suppress the aura of the Yellow Spring sect, greatly reducing Luo Khan's strength. That was why he had been able to defeat Luo Khan so easily. Die! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword in his hand issued a sword cry, and then pierced into Luo Khan's head. Bang! Luo Khan's head exploded, and his soul was instantly torn apart. Blood spurted out, and he lost his life. After doing all this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the entire plain was in an uproar. Luo Khan had actually been killed by Fang Chen. Tai Nyo, you're too amazing. Tai Nyo, you've eliminated a scourge for the Golden Crown Nation. You're the hero of the Golden Crown Nation. That's great. Luo Khan is finally dead. Many of the martial artists cheered after recovering from their shock. They had all treated Tai Nyo as a godlike existence. The entire plain was in an uproar. Fang Chen was panting for breath. After a long time, Fang Chen moved and picked up Luo Khan's spatial ring. He threw it into his own spatial ring and then looked at the many martial artists on the plain. I just bet that I've won. A brilliant smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Suddenly, everyone remembered that they had bet on Luo Khan. Many of the martial artists who had bet on Luo Khan were filled with regret. If they had known that Luo Khan was colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, they wouldn't have bet on him. Now that Luo Khan was dead, their spirit stones were also gone. Tai Nyo, you bet 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. The odds are 1 to 5. That's 5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. But I don't have enough middle-grade spirit stones. Can I use high-grade spirit stones to make up for it? Although he had paid a lot of spirit stones to Fang Chen, in the end, he had also made a lot of money. After all, there were too many people who had bet on Luo Khan. Many of them didn't dare to believe Tai Nyo. Sure, said Fang Chen. According to the purity of your middle-grade spirit stones, I'll give you a ratio of 1 to 500 high-grade spirit stones. How about it? Asked the martial artist. Fang Chen nodded. This ratio was the same as Jianzhou cities, so he gladly agreed. In the end, Fang Chen received 1 million high-grade spirit stones. These were all Luo Khan's bets on him. According to the ratio of 1 to 500, 1 million high-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. Other than Fang Chen's capital, he was still short of 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Fortunately, there were many martial artists on the plains. Each of them had several million middle-grade spirit stones, so he still had 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Before Fang Chen had bought the Qi Si fruit, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. After exchanging them for 1 million high-grade spirit stones, he still had 3.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones left. Adding on the 4.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones and 1 million high-grade spirit stones, his wealth had already exceeded 8 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Such a huge sum was comparable to the wealth of some small sect. Fang Chen put away the spirit stones. He was full of smiles. Earning spirit stones this way was still the fastest. You should know what to do next, right? Fang Chen looked at them. Of course we know. Luo Khan has been possessed by a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. His situation is the same as the Sea Cloud sect's Hai Tian. Their Deluo sect is most likely colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said a martial artist. Everyone has the right to kill the Yellow Spring sect's remnants. We'll join forces with all the martial artists in the divine illusion space to kill the Deluo sect's disciples, shouted another martial artist. At this moment, the Deluo sect's disciples that Luo Khan had brought with him wanted to take this opportunity to flee. But how could the disciples on the plains give them that chance? Deluo sect's disciples, kill them. Following a martial artist's roar, the other martial artists all attacked. In less than a minute, the Deluo sect's disciples were all killed. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. You can go and kill the Deluo sect's disciples. Fang Chen turned and left. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, the martial artists' eyes blazed. They also hoped that one day they could be as strong as Tai Nyo. In less than a day, the news of Tai Nyo's battle with Luo Khan had spread throughout the entire divine illusion space. Countless disciples began to kill the disciples of the Deluo sect when they learned that the Deluo sect had colluded with the Yellow Springs sect. At this time, the most furious were the Iron Sword sect's disciples. In a hidden area, the Iron Sword sect's disciples were resting. Their leader, Tai Yun, was livid with rage. What a bunch of idiots. Tai Yun was infuriated. After the Sea Cloud sect had been exposed, they had joined forces to deal with the Sea Cloud sect's disciples. They had thought that they would be able to coexist peacefully, but now even the Deluo sect had been discovered. Damn Tai Nyo, it's all because of you. Tai Yun's heart burned with fury. Originally, they had all been looking for Tai Nyo. They had wanted to kill him, but they hadn't expected him to be so strong. Luo Khan hadn't been able to escape after being exposed and had been killed by Tai Nyo. When Tai Yun learned of this, he immediately led the Iron Sword sect's disciples to hide. When they had attacked the Sword Reverence sect's 3 two-star sects, 2 of them had died. Now that only their Iron Sword sect was left, they would definitely be suspected by the other sects. Trash, you're still trying to ruin our plans even after death, roared Tai Yun. Now that Tai Nyo was so strong, even Tai Yun didn't dare to show himself for fear of being found by Tai Nyo. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yun, what should we do? Asked the Iron Sword sect's disciples. Let's hide for now. Once this matter passes, we'll think of a way to contact the Yellow Spring sect's members hiding in the divine illusion space, said Tai Yun. As expected, 3 days later, the Grand Immortal sect's disciples that had entered the divine illusion space had all been killed. Not a single one of them had survived. After the Grand Immortal sect's disciples were killed, there was suddenly news that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had been working together. Perhaps they were related to the Yellow Spring sect. As soon as this news came out, it rapidly spread throughout the divine illusion space. Many disciples didn't even think about whether or not it was true. But when they thought about how the 3 two-star sects had joined hands to attack the Sword Reverence sect, they immediately felt that there was something fishy about this. Following that, many martial artists began to denounce the Iron Sword sect, demanding an explanation from their disciples. However, from the beginning to the end, they hadn't found a single trace of the Iron Sword sect's disciples. Only now did they realize that the Iron Sword sect's disciples had long since hidden themselves. Many disciples were searching for the Iron Sword sect's disciples as well as looking for opportunities. Even Fang Chen hadn't thought that the divine illusion space's trial would end up like this. And now, only 3 months had passed since the divine illusion space had opened. There were still 3 months before the divine illusion space would close. No one knew what would happen in these 3 months. When the other 5 sects of the 9 two-star sects heard this news, they all fell silent. In the end, the 9 princes led by Luo Gong came to an agreement. If the martial artists of the other sects encountered the Iron Sword sect's disciples, they would immediately capture them. If they resisted, they would be killed without mercy. Luo Gong's prestige was the greatest amongst them, so his words were the loudest. At this time, on a certain plain, Luo Gong was leading the Luo family's disciples in search of an ancient ruin. This Tai Nyo is quite capable. What happened to the Sea Cloud sect and De Luo sect was all because of him, Luo Gong muttered to himself. Senior apprentice brother Luo Gong, who do you think this Tai Nyo is? He's so strong. According to the other sect's disciples, he seems to be comparable to senior apprentice brother Luo Gong, asked a Luo family's disciple. Luo Gong's deep eyes looked ahead as he shook his head. Could it be the Sword Reverence sect's Jian Feng? Asked another disciple. Luo Gong shook his head. His intuition told him that this Tai Nyo couldn't be Jian Feng. Chapter 360. On a certain hill, there was a bluestone. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the bluestone, conversing with old ancestor Bronze. He was the one who spread the news that Iron Sword sect was related to Yellow Spring sect. Back then, when the 3 great sect had surrounded Sword Reverence sect, he and Xiahou Wu had survived. He wanted revenge. Regardless of whether Iron Sword sect was related to Yellow Spring sect, he had to find Iron Sword sect. However, at this moment, Fang Chen was talking to old ancestor Bronze. Old ancestor, what method did you use to suppress Luo Khan's Yellow Spring sect's aura? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Although I'm only left with a strand of remnant consciousness, the cultivation method I cultivated back then was a righteous cultivation method. The overwhelming righteousness in my body can restrain this evil aura. Evil aura? Old ancestor Bronze said slowly. So that's how it is. Fang Chen nodded. I can only restrain these weak cultivators who have been possessed. If they were stronger, or if the members of Yellow Spring sect came personally, I wouldn't have been able to restrain them. After all, I'm just a strand of remnant consciousness. Old ancestor Bronze's words were filled with sadness. It was quite tragic for a peerless expert of the past to end up in such a state. Old ancestor, don't worry. As long as there's a chance, I'll definitely help you reconstruct your body. Fang Chen said. Old ancestor Bronze heard this and said, the reason why I'm following you is because I can't see through you. A cultivator that even I can't see through will definitely achieve great things in the future. Whether or not I can be resurrected depends on you. Fang Chen nodded. Old ancestor Bronze did not say anything else and went to rest. As for Fang Chen, he was preparing to search for the Iron Sword sect's disciples. As long as they were not eliminated, he would feel uneasy. Fang Chen walked on the open ground. He did not know where the Iron Sword sect's disciples were. Just like that, Fang Chen walked for 3 days. Suddenly, He stopped in his tracks. This was because he had encountered many disciples. One of them was in a miserable state. He stopped him and asked about the situation. From this miserable cultivator, Fang Chen learned a secret. In a mountain range ahead, a group of rat demons has appeared. They are fighting with human warriors. When Fang Chen heard this, his heart shook. Is this rat demon the descendant of the Red Cloud Beast King? Thinking of this, Fang Chen decided to go and see for himself. After all, he had promised the Red Cloud's Beast King that he would help take care of its offspring. Now that he heard the news, he naturally would not let it go. In this way, Fang Chen's speed was very fast as he rushed forward. Although he didn't know the exact location, he had learned the general direction from the warrior. As long as he was within a certain distance of the rat demon, the Scarlet Iron Token would guide him. After Fang Chen had walked for about 6 hours, the red iron token in his space ring finally reacted. The Scarlet Iron Token made a trembling sound. With a thought, Fang Chen took the Scarlet Iron Token out of his space ring. The Scarlet Steel Token in Fang Chen's hand trembled slightly before it finally pointed in a certain direction ahead. Is it there? Fang Chen looked at the Scarlet Iron Token and said. At this moment, the little mouse appeared on Fang Chen's shoulder. Its face was full of seriousness, as if it also knew about the rat demon. Brother Mouse, give me a drop of blood, the Banxianshu followed, smiling and trying to please the little mouse. It wanted to absorb the little mouse's blood. Fang Chen was speechless. This Banxianshu was like an old swindler, always following the little mouse. It was very annoying. However, at this moment, Fang Chen couldn't care less. He followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance and moved forward quickly. After half an hour, Fang Chen came to a huge mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, the little mouse cried out anxiously. You said you sensed the Scarlet Cloud Beast King's descendant? Fang Chen asked when he saw the little mouse's anxious expression. The little mouse quickly nodded. At this moment, the Scarlet Iron Token was also trembling violently. Fang Chen followed the Scarlet Iron Token's guidance and quickly advanced through the mountain range. At this moment, in the depths of the mountain range, there was a group of cultivators fighting against the rat demons. Senior brother, these rat demons are too stubborn. We won't be able to kill them in a short time. A disciple ran up to one of the cultivators and asked in a low voice. These rat demons are protecting this place with their lives. There must be a great treasure here. Kill them all, we must kill them all, the cultivator said coldly. If there was someone here, they would definitely recognize that these cultivators were from the Wang clan of the Moon continent. The young cultivator in the lead was the strongest of the Wang clan's younger generation. He was also one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown country, Wang Bing. Mere rat demons dare to block the path of my Wang clan? You're courting death. Wang Bing calmly stood there. He believed that these rat demons were not qualified for him to act personally. Only the other disciples of the Wang clan would be able to deal with them. Time flowed by slowly. Some of the weaker disciples of the Wang clan died, while the rat demons also suffered casualties. These rat demons are more stubborn than I thought. Finally, after an intense battle, Wang Bing could no longer hold himself back and wanted to act. Roar! When the rat demons saw Wang Bing erupting with a powerful aura, they instantly retreated and formed a circle around him. They were fully aware of how powerful Wang Bing was. However, none of the rat demons retreated. This was their final territory. Once this place was invaded by the human cultivators, they would have no territory left. One by one, the rat demons let out roars of rage. They swore that even if they had to die, they would block the attack of the human cultivators. In the Moon continent, the Wang clan was a transcendent power. Even among the 9 great 2-star sects, the Wang clan could be considered one of the strongest. And Wang Bing was ranked 3rd among the 9 princes. From this, one could see how strong he was. As soon as Wang Bing acted, a majestic aura surged out of his body. A long spear suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he waved the long spear, instantly killing a rat demon that approached him. Roar! The rat demons let out furious roars. They wanted to surround Wang Bing, but Wang Bing was too strong. They had no way to block him. Following Wang Bing's attacks, several rat demons died miserable deaths. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. At this moment, not far from the battlefield, Fang Chen was rapidly advancing. The closer he got to the rat demons, the more the scarlet iron token in Fang Chen's hand trembled. The little mouse was also incomparably anxious. Su. As if it felt that Fang Chen's speed was too slow, the little mouse on his shoulder suddenly shot forward and directly burrowed into the depths of the mountain range. Just as Wang Bing was wantonly slaughtering the rat demons, his long spear was suddenly grabbed by a rat demon's claw. Seeing this, a sinister smile appeared on Wang Bing's face. He immediately said, "You're courting death." Just as Wang Bing finished speaking, a majestic aura suddenly shot out from his long spear. He wanted to kill the little mouse, but he was wrong. The little mouse was also at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. At this moment, a purple light exploded from its body. Suddenly, a tyrannical force was emitted from its body. Roar! The little mouse roared and actually blocked Wang Bing's attack. The rat demons behind the little mouse saw the little mouse suddenly appear and help them block Wang Bing's attack. Their faces were filled with shock. The little mouse blocking Wang Bing's attack made Wang Bing extremely angry. Just as Wang Bing was about to use all his strength to kill the little mouse, Fang Chen appeared. The moment Fang Chen appeared, a scarlet light shot out from the scarlet iron token. When the rat demons saw this scarlet light, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their faces filled with reverence. "Stop!" Fang Chen saw Wang Bing make a move and roared in a deep voice. Wang Bing didn't care about Fang Chen's roar at all. The long spear in his hand suddenly pierced towards the little mouse. Seeing this, Fang Chen's body flashed and he used all the strength in his body to grab the long spear. "I told you to stop." Fang Chen glared at Wang Bing and roared in anger. "Kid, don't meddle in other people's business." Wang Bing pulled back his long spear and looked at Fang Chen coldly. No matter what, the Wang clan of the Moon Continent is considered one of the 9 great two-star sects. I didn't expect the peak expert of the Wang clan's younger generation to be like this. Hearing Fang Chen's mocking words, Wang Bing's expression changed and he said, "Kid, since you know that I'm Wang Bing, then you should know the methods of my Wang clan. I advise you not to block my path. These rat demons are under my protection," Fang Chen said in a deep voice. When he saw that some of the rat demons had died in the hands of Wang Bing, he was furious. "It seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Wang Bing gripped his long spear and said eerily. In Fang Chen's eyes, Wang Bing was nothing to be afraid of. "You're courting death." The long spear in Wang Bing's hand suddenly emitted a wild aura as he directly pierced towards Fang Chen. Crash! This spear contained Wang Bing's strongest attack, but it was out of Wang Bing's expectations. Fang Chen only lightly raised his hand and directly grabbed his long spear. "Who are you?" At this moment, Wang Bing finally knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. He asked coldly. "Tai Nyo," said Fang Chen softly. "What? You're Tai Nyo," exclaimed Wang Bing. He had naturally heard of Tai Nyo's name. Recently, the divine illusion space had been abuzz. It was said that Tai Nyo's strength was comparable to Luo Gong's. At first, Wang Bing didn't believe it. But now, Wang Bing finally believed it. Just this move alone was enough to intimidate Wang Bing. "Scram! I don't want to attack you," said Fang Chen icily. After all, the Moon Continent's Wang clan was one of the 9 two-star sects. He didn't want to become enemies with them. "Let's go." Wang Bing glanced at Tai Nyo with his deep eyes, then turned and left. In just a moment, the Wang clan's disciples had all left. Fang Chen turned to look at the rat demons and raised the scarlet steel token. Roar! When the rat demons saw the scarlet steel token, they all raised their heads and roared. They were venting all the pent-up emotions in their hearts. This was the scarlet steel token of the scarlet steel ancestor. Anyone who had it was like the scarlet steel ancestor had personally come. Chapter 361. Fang Chen held the scarlet iron token in his hand and raised it high so that every rat demon could see it clearly. All the rat demons looked at the red steel token as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were very respectful and their eyes were full of piety. Seeing this, Fang Chen put away the red steel token and let Little Mouse communicate with them. Little Mouse nodded and gestured to the rat demons. The rat demons also communicated with Little Mouse. After a while, Fang Chen learned from the mouth of the Little Mouse that they were indeed from the bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King. In the past, their bloodline was very prosperous, but since the death of the Red Glow Beast King, many demon beasts came to snatch their territory. Moreover, their most important inheritance was also cut off because of this. Without the inheritance, their bloodline could not produce any powerful demon beasts. Therefore, with the passage of time, they had declined to this point. Fang Chen looked around and saw that there were less than 100 rat demons. The bloodline of the Red Glow Beast King had declined to this point. If he had not come in time, the descendants of the Red Glow Beast King would have been completely wiped out. However, now that he was here, he had to fulfill the promise he made to the Red Glow Beast King. Fang Chen asked Little Mouse to pass the message. When the rat demons heard that Fang Chen was going to help them, they were very excited. All the rat demons bowed to Fang Chen to show their respect. After that, the rat demons learned that Little Mouse had received the inheritance of the Red Glow Beast King. They treated Little Mouse as the second Red Glow Beast King. As for the Little Mouse, he took on the role of wisdom and temporarily led this group of rat demons. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Little Mouse communicated with the rat demons for a while and learned that the rat demons were now in a difficult situation. Their territory used to be very big, but as time went by, most of it was occupied by other races. Only this small piece of territory is left. Fang Chen asked with his eyes wide open and looked around. Little Mouse quickly nodded when he heard this. Fang Chen was speechless. This territory could only accommodate a few dozen rat demons at most. If all of these rat demons were to hide within this territory, they would all perish in no time. Looks like we need to help them occupy some territory, Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was no wonder that when the rat demons saw that the Wang family wanted to attack their territory, they resisted with all their might. It was because this was their last bit of territory, and they absolutely could not compromise. Ask them about the strength of the demonic beasts around here, Fang Chen said to the Little Mouse. The Little Mouse nodded and communicated with the other rat demons. After a while, the Little Mouse passed on the information it received from the rat demon to Fang Chen. In this mountain range, there are 2 overlord races as well as 5 royal races. Fang Chen was incomparably shocked. There were actually so many races in this mountain range. No wonder their Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory was snatched away. You're saying that the Demon Dragon clan has been harassing the Scarlet Cloud Branch recently, wanting to snatch their last bit of territory? Fang Chen looked at the Little Mouse and asked. Little Mouse nodded, its eyes filled with anxiety. Don't worry, let them rest here. If the Demon Dragon clan dares to come, I'll take care of them. Fang Chen nodded. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, a dragon's roar suddenly reverberated throughout the entire mountain range. When the rat demons heard the dragon's roar, their faces were filled with horror. The demon dragon race is here. Fang Chen frowned when he heard the dragon roar. Seeing the terror on the rat demons' faces, Fang Chen indicated for them not to be afraid. Then he stood at the front while the rat demons hid behind Fang Chen. The Little Mouse angrily stood on Fang Chen's shoulder. Roar. Not long after, a large group of monstrous beasts appeared in the territory of the Crimson Afterglow faction. These monstrous beasts looked a bit like dragons, but they weren't real dragons. They just had the word dragon in their names. They had nothing to do with real dragons. The Demon Dragon clan was a small clan in the demon beast world. But in the divine illusion space, they were a decent clan. Roar. The leader of the Demon Dragon clan roared at the rat demons. It seemed to be communicating with them. Looking at its furious face, Fang Chen guessed that the Demon Dragon clan was trying to get the Scarlet Cloud Branch to hand over their territory. As expected, the Little Mouse translated the Demon Dragon clan's words to Fang Chen. They told the rat demons to scram. This territory belongs to them from now on. Fang Chen looked at the Little Mouse and asked. The Little Mouse nodded. Fang Chen sneered and said, "Tell them that from today on, I'll protect this place. No matter how much territory they take from the Scarlet Cloud Branch, I'll take it back double." The little mouse translated Fang Chen's words to the demon dragon clan's demon beasts. After the latter heard it, it roared towards the sky. Suddenly, a majestic aura was emitted from the demonic dragon clan's demonic beasts. Their auras were majestic, as if they wanted to fight Fang Chen. "You're courting death." Fang Chen could tell with a glance that the strongest demon beasts of the demon dragon clan were only at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He took out the hidden star sword and used the 7th level of the fire and water sword arts. Wherever the sword light passed, the demon dragon clan's demon beasts would let out miserable cries. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen killed a few demon dragon clan's demon beasts. This scene caused the demon dragon clan's leader to be terrified. Roar! The demon dragon clan's leader roared towards the sky, indicating for everyone to retreat. After a while, the demon dragon clan's demon beasts all retreated. Seeing this scene, the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons were filled with excitement. "Let's go to the demon dragon clan's territory," Fang Chen said softly. On a small hill not far from the Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory. With the small hill as the center, the demon dragon clan's territory was a few hundred miles wide. The demon dragon clan's leader was a demon beast at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. His strength was similar to Luo Gong's. The demon dragon clan wanted to become a royal clan, but they didn't have enough territory, so they could only snatch it. As long as they could snatch the last bit of territory from the Scarlet Cloud Branch, they would be able to become a royal clan. The demon dragon clan's leader could already see the demon dragon clan's appearance after becoming a royal clan. Just as the demon dragon clan's leader was thinking, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard. Its face was full of smiles. The demon dragon clan's warriors had returned. The demon dragon clan's leader quickly went out to welcome them. But when it saw the demon dragon clan's demon beasts in a sorry state, it was furious. After carefully understanding the situation, the demon dragon clan's leader knew that a human warrior had defeated them and protected the Scarlet Cloud Branch. Roar! The demon dragon clan's leader was furious. It roared towards the sky. It wanted to personally lead its clan to the Scarlet Cloud Branch's territory. However, before it could leave, Fang Chen brought the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons to the demon dragon clan's territory. "Tell them that from now on, the demon dragon clan will be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. This territory belongs to the Scarlet Cloud Branch," Fang Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse translated this sentence to the demon dragon clan's leader. The latter was immediately furious and roared crazily. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Fang Chen coldly snorted. His figure flashed and instantly erupted with a powerful force. The water and fire sword art and the great Luo soul killing flame were all displayed. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen successfully defeated the demon dragon clan's leader. "Submit or die," Fang Chen let the little mouse translate. The demon dragon clan's leader's heart was filled with horror. After hearing this sentence, it immediately agreed to submit. Fang Chen made them swear an oath. All the demon beasts of the demon dragon clan swore to be the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch forever. If they violate it, they will be struck by lightning. Fang Chen used tough means to help the Scarlet Cloud Branch recover their lost territory. Moreover, he made the demon dragon clan become the slaves of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. This made the Scarlet Cloud Branch's rat demons very excited. After spending 3 days, Fang Chen successfully reorganized the Scarlet Cloud Branch and integrated the demon dragon clan into it. Then, the little mouse gave the inheritance obtained from the Scarlet Cloud Beast King to the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud Branch. After receiving these inheritances, they were very excited. Finally, Fang Chen bid farewell to the rat demons and left the mountain range. After integrating the demon beasts of the demon dragon clan, the Scarlet Cloud Branch could be considered a royal clan in this mountain range. Normal royal clans would not dare to provoke them. Moreover, they were the descendants of the Scarlet Cloud Beast King. It would be easier for them to accept the inheritance. As long as they could accept the inheritance, they would be able to produce a demon beast of the peak 9th level of the Qi High Realm in a short period of time. At that time, they would be able to gain a firm foothold in this mountain range. Since he had already fulfilled his promise to the Scarlet Cloud Beast King, Fang Chen did not want to waste any more time here. He chose to leave and look for opportunities, as well as the disciples of the Iron Sword sect. However, before Fang Chen left, he told the rat demons of the Scarlet Cloud branch to inform him if they found any traces of the Iron Sword sect. As for how to inform them, naturally, the little mouse would act as the middleman. Not long after Fang Chen left, the entire divine illusion space began to tremble. At the center of the divine illusion space, a floating tower appeared. This tower had appeared without any warning, causing countless martial artists to be shocked. The floating tower seemed to be the core inheritance of the entire divine illusion space. After all the martial artists discovered the floating tower, they all rushed towards it. While the crowd was frantically rushing towards the floating tower, the disciples of the Iron Sword sect had also received the news in a secluded place. Their hearts were burning with anxiety as they jumped up and down. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yun, what should we do? There must be a powerful inheritance within the floating tower. We can't just give up like this, anxiously asked a disciple. That's right, senior apprentice brother Tai Yun. Perhaps there are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the floating tower. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yun, what should we do? Many disciples were extremely excited when they saw the floating tower. They all wanted to go to the center of the divine illusion space to fight for the inheritance. At this time, Tai Yun's eyes were closed. Hearing those disciples' words, he opened his eyes slightly and raised his head to look at the floating tower in the sky. How could my Iron Sword sect miss such a grand occasion? Tai Yun's eyes shone with a terrifying golden light. That was because when the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yun's soul had trembled. Only he knew what that meant. There were members of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the floating tower. Chapter 362. The Iron Sword sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect a long time ago. The Yellow Spring sect had many hidden forces within the Golden Crown Nation. It wasn't just them. Even the Deluo sect and Oceanic Cloud sect were the same. They had entered the divine illusion space with a mission, and that was to find the experts of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the divine illusion space. They had to awaken them and plan to kill all the disciples of the sect. However, due to Tai Nyo's appearance, their mission had deviated. They hadn't found a single expert from the Yellow Spring sect, and they had even lost disciples from the Oceanic Cloud sect and Deluo sect. This was something they hadn't expected. Now that the floating tower had appeared, Tai Yun was prepared to take the risk. As long as he didn't encounter Tai Nyo, he had a chance of entering the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would definitely be able to awaken the slumbering Yellow Spring sect experts with his strength. At that time, the entire divine illusion space would be under his control. Success or failure would depend on this. Tai Yun was prepared to take the risk. He led the disciples of the Iron Sword sect out of their hiding place and hurriedly walked across a plain. However, just as Tai Yun's group left, a cultivator suddenly appeared at their hiding spot. If Fang Chen was here, he would have recognized this cultivator as the Sword Reverence sect's disciple, Zhen Feng, who had escaped with serious injuries. The head disciple of the Sword Reverence sect and one of the 9 princes of the Golden Crown Nation, Zhen Feng, had been recuperating during this time. A few days ago, he had finally fully recovered. Furthermore, he had profited from his misfortune. His strength had increased a lot, so he decided to take revenge. However, he had only just come out when he heard the major news. The Oceanic Cloud sect, the Deluo sect, and the Yellow Spring sect had colluded. All the disciples of the sect within the divine illusion space had been killed. Now, only the Iron Sword sect remained. Zhen Feng was stunned when he heard this news. It took him a long time to recover and he began to search for the Iron Sword sect. Today, he had come here by accident. As soon as he arrived, he sensed a familiar aura. Yes, the Iron Sword sect's aura. They've been here before. Zhen Feng's expression changed slightly as he said coldly. The Iron Sword sect's aura had already been deeply imprinted in his mind. With a single sniff, he discovered the Iron Sword sect's aura. Then, he furrowed his brows and chased in a certain direction. The speed of the sword was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to see the figure in front. It really is the Iron Sword sect. Looking at the Iron Sword sect disciples, Jen Feng was overjoyed. He roared out, Tai Yun, your death is here. Sure enough, after hearing Jen Feng's roar, Tai Yun stopped and turned around. When he saw that it was Jen Feng, who had been missing for a long time, his face became completely gloomy. You're really lucky. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time, Tai Yun said in a gloomy voice. Then, he directly launched a fierce attack and fought with Jen Feng. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the two clashed countless times. Tai Yun discovered that Jen Feng's strength had increased a lot. No wonder you dared to appear. So your strength has increased. Tai Yun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jen Feng as he laughed coldly. Tai Yun, you killed a disciple of the sword-worshipping sect. Today, I'll make sure your head falls to the ground. Jen Feng roared in rage. What a foolish fellow. Tai Yun looked at the sword and grinned. Immediately, a wild black aura gushed out from his body. The moment the black aura appeared, Tai Yun's aura skyrocketed. Yes. Seeing Tai Yun's change, Jen Feng's expression changed. Boom. In the next instant, Tai Yun's tyrannical power directly attacked Jen Feng. Jen Feng was shocked to find that he was unable to block Tai Yun's attack. Bang! Jen Feng's body was directly sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. Jen Feng, what are you going to use to fight me? Tai Yun looked down at Jen Feng and sneered. In the next instant, Tai Yun's figure flashed and he suddenly appeared in front of Jen Feng, wanting to kill him. Swish! At this crucial moment, the ground where the sword was located began to tremble violently all of a sudden, as a strong aura of death burst out from the ground. Rumble! A deafening sound entered everyone's ears. Tai Yun's expression was gloomy as he stared at the crack in the ground. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. Boom! The ground violently trembled, and the crack grew larger and larger. Finally, when the crack reached a certain size, a black figure drilled out of the ground. I've finally come out. That black figure wildly roared as if he was venting. His body was filled with an extremely dense death aura, making him look like a dried corpse. Who are you? Tai Yun icily stared at that black figure. The black figure slowly turned around and looked at Tai Yun. He sinisterly smiled. The person who will kill you. Xiahou Wu. Jen Feng was the first to recognize that this person was Xiahou Wu. At this time, Xiahou Wu wasn't wearing any disguise. Senior apprentice brother Jen Feng. Xiahou Wu walked in front of Jen Feng and gently helped him up. Senior apprentice brother Jen Feng, are you alright? So it's a trash from the Sword Reverence sect. Tai Yun sneered upon learning that this person was the Sword Reverence sect's Xiahou Wu. Even your Sword Reverence sect's head disciple Jen Feng was unable to defeat me. Do you really think you can kill me? Xiahou Wu lightly patted Jen Feng's shoulder, indicating for the latter to step back first. After which, he took a step forward, staring at Tai Yun as he said, back then, when you killed the disciples of my reverence sword sect, I swore that I would avenge them. Now, the time has come. Xiahou Wu's body was surrounded by a wild death aura. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. How can there be such a terrifying killing intent? Even Jen Feng behind Xiahou Wu felt his killing intent soar to the heavens. Just what had Xiahou Wu experienced? Why did it seem like he had walked out from a pile of corpses? Since you want to die, then I'll help you out. Tai Yun activated the black aura around his body and directly attacked Xiahou Wu. Back in that mysterious sealed space, Xiahou Wu had been guided by the Banxianshu to search for his own destiny. He had entered the tomb and obtained his destiny, but he hadn't been able to find the exit. Finally, after some effort, he had found the exit. He hadn't expected to see Tai Yun attacking Jen Feng. That infuriated Xiahou Wu. Originally, Xiahou Wu's blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Even he was unable to control it. And this time, the inheritance he had received was a death aura inheritance. It caused his body to be filled with death aura, making him seem like a dead person. When Xiahou Wu was infuriated, his bloodthirsty madness was extremely terrifying. Rumble. The sword in Xiahou Wu's hand instantly turned scarlet as he entered his battle state. Bang! Bang! Xiahou Wu and Tai Yun fiercely fought. The former's berserk death aura caused even Tai Yun to feel a bit of fear. Damn it, how can he be so strong? After an intense battle, Tai Yun realized that Xiahou Wu was extremely strong. He was much stronger than Jian Feng. Furthermore, Xiahou Wu was extremely strange. Bang! After the two of them exchanged blows, Tai Yun retreated. Seeing Xiahou Wu about to attack, he loudly roared, "Stop! Your blood contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. You have a relationship with the Yellow Spring sect. I am a member of the Yellow Spring sect. We can't kill each other," roared Tai Yun. The bloodthirsty killing intent in Xiahou Wu's blood became even more vigorous. Death aura filled his body, and some of the weaker disciples of the Iron Sword sect were unable to resist the corrosion of the death aura. They all collapsed to the ground, losing their life force. The Yellow Spring sect. You're talking about the Yellow Spring sect? Ha ha ha. When Xiahou Wu heard the three words Yellow Spring sect, it was as if he had gone mad, laughing loudly. Do you know what I hate the most? The thing I hate the most is the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet as if he had gone insane. Every time Xiahou Wu spoke a word, the death chi around him would become stronger. Xiahou Wu would never forget what had caused him to become like this. It was the blood essence of the Yellow Spring sect's protector. Although you don't admit it, your body contains the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. If others learned of this, they definitely wouldn't let you live. Only by cooperating with me can you obtain what you want. Tai Yun did his best to persuade him. Cooperating with you can obtain what I want. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet, incomparably bloodthirsty. Then can I take your life? Chapter 363. Hearing Xiahou Wu's words, Tai Yun knew that Xiahou Wu didn't have any thoughts of cooperating with him. His eyes flickered as he thought of a way to escape. The current Xiahou Wu had already entered a berserk state. He was not Xiahou Wu's match, so he had to escape. Boom! Without waiting for Xiahou Wu to act, the long sword in Tai Yun's hand suddenly drew a strange arc. In the next instant, Tai Yun's body borrowed the rebounding force to rapidly retreat. At the same time, a wild black chi surged out of his body. It all gathered at his feet and his speed soared. Only after Xiahou Wu had destroyed Tai Yun's attack did he discover that Tai Yun had long since disappeared. Damn it! Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty eyes were filled with killing intent. His fury soared to the heavens. Clenching his fists, he charged into the crowd of Iron Sword sect disciples. Everywhere his fists passed, Iron Sword sect disciples would fall into pools of blood. Miserable cries continuously rang out. After a minute, Xiahou Wu stopped his slaughter. All the Iron Sword sect disciples had died under his fists. His eyes were scarlet. His blood was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. As he crazily slaughtered, he felt that he was increasingly unable to control the killing intent within his blood. Damn it! Xiahou Wu raised his head to the heavens. With a furious roar, he did his best to control the killing intent within his body. Time slowly passed and the scarlet killing intent around Xiahou Wu's body gradually dissipated. Seeing this scene, Jian Feng's face was filled with shock. At first he hadn't even looked at Xiahou Wu. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, he would need Xiahou Wu to save him? Junior apprentice brother Xiahou. Jian Feng's face was filled with bitterness as he looked at Xiahou Wu. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, we are both disciples of the Sword Reverence sect. How can I watch you die at Tai Yun's hands? Xiahou Wu knew what Jian Feng wanted to say and directly said it. Afterwards, Xiahou Wu brought Jian Feng to the floating tower. At the same time, Fang Chen was also on his way to the floating tower. The little mouse kept chirping along the way, its little paw pointing at the distant floating tower. Behind the little mouse, the Banxianshu shamelessly followed to please the little mouse. The blood of the little mouse was very important to the Banxianshu. If it continued to absorb it, it was confident that it could evolve into a real immortal tree. At that time, it would be immortal. For the sake of immortality, what was a mere face? Moreover, it was a tree, so there was no such thing as face. When he discovered the floating tower, Fang Chen's face was full of excitement. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Once he obtained the inheritance of the floating tower, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Fang Chen estimated that the current him was even a bit stronger than Luo Gong. But there was still a bit of a difference between him and a martial marquis ranking expert. As Fang Chen was walking, the little mouse's eyes suddenly moved. In the next instant, the little mouse directly shot forward. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to follow the little mouse. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After passing over a small hill, the little mouse stopped. Fang Chen followed closely behind, following the little mouse's gaze. To his surprise, he discovered that behind the small hill, there was a green rock. On top of this green rock, there was a small piece of blood-red stone. This stone was like a dragon, lying quietly on top of the green rock. What is this? Fang Chen was puzzled. He didn't recognize this blood-red stone, but his intuition told him that its origin was definitely shocking. The little mouse gestured at Fang Chen and chirped. Fang Chen learned that the little mouse had told him that this stone was extraordinary. It was a priceless treasure, and it told Fang Chen to take it. Just as Fang Chen was carefully observing the scarlet stone, a soft gasp of surprise came from the python that had transformed into a sword. Oh, you actually managed to find a blood dragon stone in this kind of place. Your luck isn't bad. Ancestor Bronze was also startled when he sensed the blood dragon stone. Ancestor, do you recognize this stone? Asked Fang Chen hastily. This stone isn't much to me, but it's extremely important to you. It's said that blood dragon stones only appear in places where the dragon race lives. Once a cultivator refines a blood dragon stone, their physical strength will increase dramatically. I'm very surprised to find a blood dragon stone here, said Ancestor Bronze. Although Ancestor Bronze had only briefly introduced the blood dragon stone, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. This blood dragon stone could increase one's physical strength. Right now, Fang Chen's soul had reached a bottleneck. His cultivation base had also reached a bottleneck. Only his physical body seemed to be able to grow stronger. Can I refine this blood dragon stone? Asked Fang Chen. Of course you can. Your physical body has reached a 3-star Dao body. Refining this blood dragon stone shouldn't be a problem, said Ancestor Bronze. After hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped onto the blue stone. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the blood dragon stone. Kid, are you tired of living? Suddenly, Ancestor Bronze's furious roar entered Fang Chen's ears, causing him to halt his attack. Ancestor, what's wrong? Asked Fang Chen. I already told you that this blood dragon stone grew with the dragon race. It's said that it was originally an ordinary stone. However, the dragon race's ancestor once dripped his blood into it, turning it into a blood dragon stone. Therefore, this blood dragon stone contains a vast amount of power. If you rashly try to take it, you'll definitely suffer a backlash, explained Ancestor Bronze. Then how do I take it? Asked Fang Chen. Just do as I say, said Ancestor Bronze. However, as soon as Ancestor Bronze's voice fell, the little mouse's figure flashed and jumped onto the green rock. Then, it grabbed the blood dragon stone with its claws and handed it to Fang Chen while Fang Chen was dumbfounded. However, when the little mouse grabbed the blood dragon stone, a scarlet aura suddenly emerged from the stone. It wanted to enter the little mouse's body. However, at that moment, a purple halo appeared on the little mouse's claws. Then, the scarlet aura dissipated. Ancestor, didn't you say that I can only take it if I do as you say? Asked Fang Chen in a daze. This little mouse can't be judged by common sense, said Ancestor Bronze. He was also in a daze. The little mouse handed the blood dragon stone to Fang Chen and couldn't stop laughing. However, it didn't realize that its claws had been cut by the blood dragon stone and were bleeding. Ha ha ha. Before the little mouse could react, the Banxianshu moved in front of the little mouse. Its branches wrapped around the little mouse's claws and sucked the blood from them. In the blink of an eye, the Banxianshu had absorbed all the blood from the little mouse's claws. At this moment, it said with satisfaction, "It's really delicious." Seeing the Banxianshu like this, Fang Chen was speechless. Fang Chen ignored the Banxianshu and took the blood dragon stone. Immediately, he felt a wild aura enter his palm. Then, Fang Chen heard a faint dragon's roar. Dragon's roar. Fang Chen was confused. He looked around and didn't find any traces of the dragon clan. Stop looking, kid. How could a mere dragon clan appear in the ancient sword continent? What a joke, said Patriarch Bronze, who knew what Fang Chen was thinking. Then tell me, Patriarch. Where did this blood dragon stone come from? Asked Fang Chen. Perhaps it came from the outer realms. Patriarch Bronze's voice was filled with melancholy when he mentioned the outer realms. Fang Chen wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he didn't ask. Patriarch Bronze then told Fang Chen how to refine the blood dragon stone. Fang Chen started refining it. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a small hill, holding the blood dragon stone in his hand. His 3-star Dao body was activated, and his physical strength reached its peak. At this moment, the wild aura in Fang Chen's sea of qi burst out of Fang Chen's body and entered the blood dragon stone. Hiss! Surrounded by the majestic spirit qi, the blood dragon stone seemed to be refined by Fang Chen. However, before the blood dragon stone was refined, Fang Chen discovered that the golden heart had begun to rapidly beat. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself, feeling extremely confused. Just as Fang Chen was pondering this, the blood dragon stone in his hand completely disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Chen discovered that the blood dragon stone had been devoured by the golden heart. Damn it! Fang Chen had an urge to curse. He had finally obtained a blood dragon stone, but it had been devoured by the golden heart. He was speechless. Kid, your heart is very special. Even I can't see through it, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Patriarch Bronze. He carefully stared at the golden heart. He originally thought that the golden heart would directly devour the blood dragon stone. However, under Fang Chen's gaze, the golden heart actually spat out a small piece of the blood dragon stone. You swallowed such a large piece, but you left me with less than a fifth. Fang Chen looked at the small piece of blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. He wanted to cry. Brat, your heart really is miraculous. Look carefully at this 5th blood dragon stone, exclaimed Ancestor Bronze Dragon. Upon hearing Patriarch Bronze's words, Fang Chen noticed the blood dragon stone that the golden heart had spat out. Although this blood dragon stone was much smaller, Fang Chen could sense that it was even purer. Could it be that the golden heart helped me refine it? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. This blood dragon stone might not be a fifth of its original size, but its purity is much higher than before. Its effects aren't any weaker than before. Hurry up and refine it, urged Patriarch Bronze. At the same time, Patriarch Bronze's remnant will sent out a strand of his will. It silently emerged from the python sword and entered Fang Chen's body. He wanted to see just what was so special about Fang Chen's heart. However, before his will could approach the golden heart, he sensed a wild attractive force. In the next moment, his will was instantly absorbed. Ah! It hurts. Patriarch Bronze's miserable cries rang out from the python sword. I painstakingly recovered a bit of my will, but who would have thought that a portion of it would be absorbed by this bastard's heart? Now I'm back to my original state, cried Patriarch Bronze. Kid, give me some of your high-grade spirit stones. I want to absorb them, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chen also sensed Patriarch Bronze's weakness, so he directly tossed over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. As for Fang Chen, he focused on refining the blood dragon stone. Chapter 364. The process of refining the blood dragon stone was exceptionally smooth. Perhaps it was because the golden heart had been refined before. Of course, this was just Fang Chen's guess. 2 hours later, Fang Chen had completely refined the blood dragon stone. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that his physical body's strength had increased once again. When he checked his body, he was shocked to discover that his Dao body had reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body. As expected of a blood dragon stone. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If he had refined a few more blood dragon stones, his physical body might have reached the 4-star Dao body. If his physical body reached the 4-star Dao body, then he would be able to crush all the disciples in the divine illusion space just by relying on the strength of his physical body. After his physical body reached the late stage of a 3-star Dao body, Fang Chen started to cultivate his divine demon body. As expected, his school of fiend-god body refinement had smoothly attained the second level, and this caused Fang Chen to be extremely delighted. My current strength is comparable to a powerhouse on the Martial Marquis list, Fang Chen said confidently. Of course, the powerhouse on the Martial Marquis list that he was talking about was the person at the bottom of the list. As for the martialists at the top of the list, the difference was too great. After that, Fang Chen took the little mouse and continued onward. 3 days later, Fang Chen arrived at the plains below the floating tower. This was the most central location of the divine illusion space. The floating tower was floating below this plane. When Fang Chen arrived, he was shocked to discover that there was already a sea of people here. Almost all the martialists had arrived. Fang Chen's arrival naturally attracted many martialists. Most of them turned to look at Fang Chen. It's Iron Bull. He has finally appeared. Iron Bull is here. I thought he wouldn't appear. Iron Bull has offended many people. I wonder how he will deal with this. Many of the martialists started discussing when they saw Iron Bull appear. Some of the two-star sect disciples also looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen ignored the crowd and walked to a corner, looking at the floating tower. Since everyone was waiting here, the floating tower naturally couldn't be entered. At this moment, a group of people walked towards Fang Chen. The disciples of the Flying Immortal Pavilion were prepared to seek justice from Fang Chen. The person in the lead was the head disciple of the Flying Celestial Pavilion, Cloud Arranging Palm Yang Shoro. He was the cousin of Cloud Covering Palm Yang Fan. Ever since he heard that his cousin had died at Tainyo's hands, Cloud Arranging Palm Yang Shoro had been paying attention to Tainyo. Now that he had met Tainyo, he naturally wanted to seek justice. You're Tainyo? Yang Shoro narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. Not bad, Fang Chen said. Did you kill Yang Fan? Yang Shoro asked. The onlookers all looked at Fang Chen. Some of them were gloating, thinking that Yang Shoro was going to flip out. However, there were also some who thought that Yang Shoro wasn't a match for Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded, directly admitting to it. Yang Fan is my cousin. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing him? Asked Yang Shoro. Fang Chen didn't have the slightest fear. He looked at Yang Shoro and said, Yang Fan wanted to steal my cheesy fruit and was killed by me. What's there to say? Could it be that he's only allowed to steal from others and not be killed by others? Your Flying Celestial Pavilion really is tyrannical. Fang Chen's counterattack infuriated Yang Shoro. He looked at Fang Chen and said, Brat, don't think that just because you defeated a few peak geniuses you can be so arrogant in front of my Flying Celestial Pavilion. Upon hearing Yang Shoro's words, Fang Chen turned his head and coincidentally saw the Wang soldier from the Wang clan of the Moon Continent. Before you, he also wanted to fight against me. You can ask him what the outcome was. Fang Chen said softly as he pointed at the royal armament. Following Fang Chen's finger, the crowd discovered that the person Fang Chen was pointing at was actually Wang Soldier. The leader of the Wang family's younger generation, Wang Soldier, exclaimed the crowd. At this time, Wang Soldier's expression was constantly changing. He was filled with hatred for Tainyo, but he knew that Tainyo was too strong. He wasn't a match for him, so he could only swallow his anger. Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. Wang Soldier walked over to Yang Shoro and said in a low voice. Yes. When Yang Shoro of the Firmament Palm heard this, his expression slightly changed. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. If even Wang Bing said this, then it seemed like Wang Bing had lost the battle with Tainyo. I didn't really fight with him, but I know that I'm not a match for him. Wang Soldier continued. Hearing Wang Soldier's words, Yang Shoro's eyes flashed. Wang Soldier's strength was on the same level as his. Even if he fought Wang Soldier, he wouldn't be able to easily win. But now, Wang Soldier had lost to Fang Chen without even fighting. For something like this to happen to Wang Soldier was too strange. Could it be that Tainyo's strength was really on par with Luo Gong? After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Shoro coldly snorted. Wait until the divine illusion space ends. My Flying Immortal Pavilion will definitely get justice. After saying this, Yang Shuo brought the flying immortal pavilion's disciples and left. Seeing this, the crowd was startled. Tai Nyo had already reached this level? Even Yang Shuo didn't dare to fight him? As soon as Yang Shuo of the firmament palm left, another figure appeared. The appearance of this figure instantly caused an uproar on the entire plain. Tai Nyo. The white-robed Luo Gong looked at Tai Nyo. Luo family's people, said Fang Chen when he saw Luo Gong. Brother Luo Gong. Just as Luo Gong appeared in front of Fang Chen, Luo Liuli also appeared. She softly called out to Luo Gong. Liuli, asked Luo Gong. Luo Liuli glanced at Tai Nyo, then at Luo Gong. I met Tai Nyo before. We fought, and he let me go. Luo Liuli's voice was very soft, but it was still heard by the crowd. Their faces were filled with shock. Luckily I didn't attack. At this time, Yang Shuo thought to himself. If he hadn't listened to Wang Soldier's advice and attacked, the one who would have lost face would have been him. Thinking of this, he turned and smiled at Wang Soldier to express his thanks. You said he was merciful to you? Asked Luo Gong, frowning. He doesn't seem like someone who would willfully kill the innocent. He killed Luo Yu and Luo Han. Perhaps there's a secret behind this, said Luo Liuli. Tai Nyo had let her go, and now she was pleading for Tai Nyo. I'll give you a chance to explain, said Luo Gong calmly. Luo Yu and Luo Han wanted to steal my treasure, so I killed them. There's nothing to explain, said Fang Chen firmly. Luo Gong glanced at Luo Liuli and said, Liuli, step back first. Leave this to me. Luo Liuli was a bit anxious, but she couldn't do anything against Luo Gong. Although Luo Yu and Luo Han were in the wrong, they're still members of the Luo family. Since you killed them, you'll naturally avenge them. I, Luo Gong, am not an unreasonable person. You let Liuli go once, so I'll give you a chance. I'll only throw 3 punches. If you can block them, I'll let you go, said Luo Gong. Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly angered. Did Luo Gong really think he was invincible in the younger generation? Luo Gong, I don't want to become enemies with your Luo family, said Fang Chen coldly. Hearing this, many cultivators thought that Tai Nyo was afraid of the Luo family. However, they didn't know that the reason Fang Chen didn't want to become enemies with the Luo family was because Luo Liuli was most likely his mother. You don't have a choice, said Luo Gong forcefully. Seeing Luo Gong's attitude, Fang Chen was also a bit angry. He directly said, Fine, since you want to fight, then don't blame me for not giving you face. I, Tai Nyo, will stand here and let you, Luo Gong, do whatever you want. If you can make me, Tai Nyo, take half a step back, then I, Tai Nyo, will lose. I will immediately kill myself in front of you, Fang Chen said in a heavy voice. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the crowd was in an uproar. Was Tai Nyo challenging Luo Gong? What kind of joke is this? Even if Tai Nyo is strong, under Luo Gong's attack, it's impossible for him not to retreat. Tai Nyo is going overboard. Is he trying to impress the crowd? If he retreats half a step, then he loses. I think he's going to lose. What arrogance, but I don't know if he can do it. Let's wait and see. Many martial artists thought Tai Nyo was just boasting. They didn't believe him at all. Luo Gong wasn't just a peak expert of the Luo family's younger generation, he was also the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes. His strength was second only to those on the martial marquis list in the Qi-Si realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happened, Luo Gong would definitely be able to enter the martial marquis list. Tai Nyo actually dared to challenge Luo Gong. If Luo Gong could force him back half a step, then he would admit defeat. Furthermore, if he lost, then he would have to kill himself. Too arrogant. Many people were thinking this inside. The flying immortal pavilion's firmament palm Yang Shuo was secretly delighted. He had been thinking about how to deal with Tai Nyo. He hadn't thought that this idiot would take the initiative to provoke Luo Gong. He was truly courting death. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Luo Gong was also startled. Then his expression became incomparably grave. Are you sure you're speaking the truth? You're still the strongest expert of the Luo family's younger generation. Can you not be so wishy-washy? Said Fang Chen impatiently. Since Luo Gong didn't want to give him face, why should he give him face? Tai Nyo, you can't. Just at this time, Luo Liuli spoke out. Tai Nyo had helped her before, so she couldn't just watch as Tai Nyo lost. It's fine. I, Tai Nyo, will stand here today. If anyone wants to fight, then feel free to try. I, Tai Nyo, am not afraid of anyone, said Fang Chen passionately. Just at this time, two people appeared on the plains, Xiaoho Wu and Jian Feng. Brother Fang. Xiaoho Wu recognized Fang Chen at a glance and secretly said in his heart. At this time, Xiaoho Wu just happened to hear Fang Chen and Luo Gong's conversation. He clenched his fists, preparing for battle. As long as Fang Chen was in danger, he would immediately take action to stop Luo Gong. But before that, he still believed in Fang Chen. The latter wasn't a martial artist who would shoot without thinking. Chapter 365. At this moment, all the cultivators on the plains were staring at Tai Nyo and Luo Gong. Tai Nyo was too arrogant. He actually dared to say that if he took half a step back, he would be fine. That was provoking Luo Gong. At this moment, a cold glint flashed across Luo Gong's eyes as a wild aura spread out from his body. All right, I want to see just how capable you are, said Luo Gong icily. Luo Gong had only just finished speaking when a wild aura suddenly appeared on his palm. That aura wrapped around his palm, and then he slammed it forward. Rumble. Although it looked like a simple palm, it actually contained a boundless aura. Sensing that powerful aura, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but retreat. They were a bit unable to bear that power. Seeing Luo Gong attack, Fang Chen directly activated his 3-star Dao body. His defense reached its peak. At the same time, Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched at Luo Gong's palm. Bang! Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Luo Gong and Fang Chen's fists collided, causing a huge explosion. When the boundless aura in the sky dissipated, the crowd was shocked to discover that Tai Nyo hadn't retreated even half a step. On the contrary, Luo Gong had retreated. Is Tai Nyo's strength really that great? Someone exclaimed. Tai Nyo is very powerful. Perhaps it really is as he said and he won't take half a step back. Many cultivators changed their opinion of Tai Nyo at this moment. They even believed that Tai Nyo could create a miracle. I've underestimated you. But now, you won't have any more chances. If I can't make you retreat with this attack, then it'll count as my loss. Luo Gong narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Luo Gong was completely infuriated. As the head of the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes, he was unrivaled in the younger generation. He hadn't expected his attack to be blocked by Tai Nyo. When Luo Gong said that, an even wilder aura surged out of his body. Then he clenched his fist, and that boundless aura drilled into his fist. At that moment, specks of light appeared on his fist. These specks of light gave off a shocking aura. This punch was Luo Gong's strongest punch. This punch was enough to kill a normal warrior of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. When all the cultivators saw this punch, their expressions changed drastically. Only Fang Chen's expression remained the same from start to finish. Drink! As Luo Gong roared furiously, his fists surged towards Fang Chen with earth-shattering force. Boom! Fang Chen used all of his strength to block Luo Gong's attack. A shocking explosion sounded out as a berserk aura filled the entire plains, and Fang Chen and Luo Gong were covered by that berserk aura. What's going on? Did Luo Gong win? Following a disciple's exclamation, the other disciples also exclaimed one after another. At this moment, the center of the plain was enveloped by a wild aura. They simply couldn't see the situation inside. They were very curious as to who had won. Crash! After a long time, the wild aura in the center of the plain finally dissipated. When all the aura had dissipated, everyone was shocked to see that Tai Nyo and Luo Gong were standing on the plain without moving. Their 4 fists were pressed against each other. Neither of them retreated. A disciple exclaimed. Wang Bing and the others were even more shocked. Tai Nyo and Luo Gong's strength had completely surpassed their own. Even if Wang Bing and Yang Shuo joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for Tai Nyo. Crack! Just when everyone thought that the two of them were even, a cracking sound rang out. A bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist, and when the mark appeared, blood immediately flowed out. Bang! When the bloody mark appeared on Luo Gong's fist and blood flowed out, Luo Gong's body was unable to withstand that tyrannical qi and finally retreated half a step. But this half step caused Luo Gong's expression to become very ugly. In the end, he had still lost to Tai Nyo, and this made him very uncomfortable. I lost. Luo Gong looked at Fang Chen with a helpless expression. His voice was hoarse. Seeing this scene, the entire plane was in an uproar. Tai Nyo really had won against Luo Gong. Even Luo Gong's full-strength attack hadn't caused Tai Nyo to retreat half a step. If nothing unexpected happens, once the divine illusion space closes, Tai Nyo will become the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. He might even be able to enter the Martial Marquis ranking. Yeah, he'll definitely be one of the 9 princes. Furthermore, he'll be number 1. Such a young expert on the Martial Marquis ranking. Truly shocking. The spectating cultivators all began to discuss. As for Luo Gong, after glancing at Tai Nyo, he shook his head and turned to leave. Tai Nyo's powerful attack had won everyone's approval. At this moment, countless disciples were shouting Tai Nyo's name. Brother Tai Nyo, you're too strong. Admirable, admirable. Brother Tai Nyo, with your strength, you can definitely enter the Martial Marquis ranking. To be able to cultivate with someone who'll definitely enter the Martial Marquis ranking in the future is truly a wonderful thing. However, before Fang Chen could say anything, the floating tower suddenly trembled. Boom! The floating tower trembled, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at the floating tower. The floating tower is moving. Could it be that it's about to open? Asked a disciple. Countless cultivators were looking at the floating tower. They knew that the inheritance within the floating tower was the true peak inheritance of the divine illusion space. Just at this moment, a clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. Everyone, for all of you to be able to come here, it means that all of you are fated to obtain the inheritance left behind by my master. However, my master's inheritance is not something that ordinary people are qualified to obtain. Only 9 people can enter the floating tower. Suddenly, a white illusory figure appeared above the floating tower. Everyone was startled. They realized that this white figure was the floating tower's tower spirit. A tower with a tower spirit was definitely not simple. This floating tower actually has a tower spirit. Many cultivators were shocked. For a tower to have a tower spirit, its level definitely surpassed that of a spirit weapon. Only 9 people can enter. Asked Wang Bing. Correct. Only 9 people can enter. In other words, the majority of you won't be able to enter the floating tower, continued the tower spirit. Tower spirit, may I ask if anyone can try? Asked the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Shuo. The tower spirit shook its head slightly and said, only the strongest 9 of you can enter the floating tower. Alright, I won't waste any more words. Since the Master's Remnant Consciousness has chosen me to appear in this year's competition, it means that there must be some fated people among you. You can compete among yourselves. When the strongest 9 have been selected, I will open the floating tower. Upon hearing the tower spirit's words, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. Just at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly said, I, Tai Nyo, will take one of the spots. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone was speechless. Even the head of the 9 princes, Luo Gong, wasn't his match. You're asking us if we have any objections? Even if we did, would we dare say anything? With your strength, you're unrivaled here. Everyone shook their heads. Some disciples even bluntly said, if Brother Tai Nyo can't take a spot, then no one here has the qualifications to take a spot. That's right. We all agree that Brother Tai Nyo will take a spot. Just as they were speaking, 9 yellow matrices appeared at the front. The tower spirit said, those who obtain a spot can stand on the matrices. Hearing the tower spirit's words, Fang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the yellow tower. On the yellow matrices. Next, Luo Gong stood on the yellow matrices. No one dared to stop him. Next was the Moon Continent's Wang family's Wang Bing. Although Wang Bing wasn't as strong as Tai Nyo, he was still one of the 9 princes. Next was the head disciple of the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Yang Shore. After the 4 spots were occupied, the 5th person to walk up the praying mat was Luo Lioli in a red dress. Seeing Luo Lioli walk up the praying mat, many disciples were stunned, but they soon reacted. Although Luo Lioli wasn't one of the 9 princes, her strength couldn't be underestimated. The disciples of the other sect were envious. The Luo family had taken 2 spots. How were the other sect supposed to live? The next to walk up was a man in black clothes. Although he didn't stand out, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was also one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of one of the 9 two-star sects' minor divine peak, Shenjiang. After Shenjiang, another one of the 9 princes, the head disciple of the Moshi sacred mountain, Mo Shong, also walked up. In this way, other than Tainyo's, the other 9 mats were taken by the disciples of the two-star sect. Because the Great Luo sect and the Ocean Cloud sect had been destroyed, there were still 2 mats left. These 2 mats made the eyes of countless disciples burn. They didn't dare to fight for the previous mats, but they naturally had to fight for the last 2 mats. I, Liang Bing, will take a mat. Who do you think you are, Liang Bing? This mat is mine. A series of angry roars rang out as an earth-shattering battle broke out on the plains. Countless martialists were fighting over the 2 praying mats. Of course, the warriors fighting were all at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Those below the 9th level of the Qi High Realm had already been eliminated. Rumble, rumble, rumble on the plain, deafening sounds rang out. Occasionally, warriors would be injured. After a long time, there were even warriors dying. Seeing this scene, the experts on the mats didn't say anything. At this moment, 2 figures quietly appeared in front of the mats and stood on the last 2 mats. Suddenly, the chaotic battlefield quietened down. All the cultivators fixed their gazes on the 2 people on the prayer mats. Jian Feng and Xia Houwu. Some disciples recognized the 2. Fang Chen, who was on the mats, smiled when he saw the 2. Sorry to disturb you. You can continue. Xia Houwu said expressionlessly to the warriors who had stopped fighting. Chapter 366. Xia Houwu's casual words filled the hearts of the many cultivators who had just been engaged in an intense battle with rage. They had painstakingly fought with their lives on the line to fight for these 2 seats. Who would have thought that this Xia Houwu would actually step onto the yellow seat without saying a word? Green praying mat. Jian Feng is one of the 9 young masters. Does he have the right to step onto the yellow praying mat? But you, Xia Houwu, what right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat. A warrior asked coldly. That's right, Xia Houwu, you are only a normal disciple of the Reverent Sword sect. What right do you have to step onto the yellow praying mat? Green praying mat. Although Xia Houwu's appearance had caused all the martial artists present to be surprised, at this moment, they were more concerned about the inheritance of the floating tower. Therefore, even if Xia Houwu was the fish that escaped the net when the 3 great sects annihilated the Sword Reverent sect, they wouldn't say anything. I, Xia Houwu, am standing right here. Whoever is not convinced, feel free to try. Xia Houwu said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty coldness. Let me teach you a lesson, this yellow praying mat. You don't have the right to touch it. Suddenly, a mid-Qi High warrior's body flashed and jumped in front of Xia Houwu. With a flick of his wrist, a majestic Qi emerged from his body. Crash! Seeing the swift and fierce attack of this martial artist, all the gazes of the martial artists stopped on Xia Houwu's body. They had originally thought that Xia Houwu would be frightened, but on the contrary, there was not the slightest trace of fear on Xia Houwu's face. Yellow. Fang Chen, who was in the first position on the green praying mat, was not worried about Xia Houwu at all. Xia Houwu was already very strong. After that, Xia Houwu went to accept the inheritance and the 2 had not met. Now that Xia Houwu had appeared, he must have completely accepted the inheritance and his strength would only be stronger. Too weak. Xia Houwu saw that the warrior's attack was about to make contact with his body. He shook his head slightly and punched out fiercely. When Xia Houwu punched out, his entire body was instantly filled with an extremely wild and unrestrained aura of death. This death qi shocked the young warriors on the praying mat. Fang Chen's pupils shrank. How could the death chi on Xia Houwu's body be so dense? What kind of inheritance did he accept? Bang! With a loud bang, the mid-chi high warrior was sent flying by Xia Houwu. He fell to the ground, his face pale, his breath weak, and he spat out blood. This is just a lesson. Next time, I won't hold back. Those who want to attack me, you better be prepared to die. Xia Houwu's powerful fist had directly intimidated countless martial artists. Some of the martial artists who had been clamoring fiercely actually had thoughts of retreating at this moment. They did not dare to challenge Xia Houwu. Oh my God, how can Xia Houwu be so strong? He sent a mid-stage chi high warrior flying with a single punch. Xia Houwu must have obtained some powerful inheritance, otherwise he would not be so strong. What exactly did he experience? Why is there an extremely dense aura of death around him when he attacks? If I get too close to him, I will be corroded by this aura of death. Even though I am so far away from him, I can still feel the terror of this death chi. This Xia Houwu is truly a terrifying martial artist. Xia Houwu's powerful performance caused countless disciples on the plains to cry out in shock. They could not accept it at this moment. However, after the commotion, there were some martial artists who were not afraid of death who stood up and challenged Xia Houwu. Xia Houwu, you may be strong, but I do not believe that you can send me flying with a single punch. This martial artist was a late-stage chi high warrior. He belonged to the second tier of the 9 lords. Hee. On Xia Houwu's face, a sinister smile suddenly appeared. Xia Houwu, you do not have the qualifications to touch the praying mat. The martial artist roared. The aura around his body surged wildly. Immediately after, his attack appeared in front of Xia Houwu. The sinister smile on Xia Houwu's face disappeared and was replaced by a bloodthirsty killing intent. A shocking killing intent erupted from Xia Houwu's body. His eyes were filled with a scarlet-red color. A wild death chi directly gathered on his fist as he ferociously punched out. Xia Houwu's fist actually pierced through the martial artist's chest and into his back. The martial artist's entire body was in pain. His life force was quickly dissipating. His eyes were filled with fear. Hiss hiss hiss, the wild death chi drilled into the martial artist's body. In the blink of an eye, the martial artist was corroded by the death chi. Bang! Xia Houwu pulled out his fist and the martial artist's body fell heavily onto the ground. In a short while, the death chi had completely corroded his body. Killing a late-stage chi high warrior with a single punch, Xia Houwu's strength had completely shocked everyone. Even Xinjiang and the others who were on the praying mat were also shocked. Who else? Xia Houwu withdrew his death chi and looked at the crowd with his scarlet eyes. Being looked at by Xia Houwu, countless martial artists retreated. They did not dare to look at Xia Houwu. After a long while, no one dared to challenge him. Xia Houwu had successfully used his strength to obtain a seat. At this point, the strongest 9 had all been born. The 9 of you are the strongest 9. Next, I will open the floating tower. Whether or not you can obtain my master's inheritance will depend on your luck. The tower spirit said. Just as the tower spirit was speaking, in a dark corner far away, Tai Yun was hiding. He did not dare to appear. If he did, he would definitely be hunted down by Xia Houwu. But he was waiting for an opportunity. As long as the floating tower opened, he would be able to kill one of them with lightning speed and enter the floating tower. Once he entered the floating tower, he would not be afraid of anyone. Success or failure will depend on this. Tai Yun's deep eyes stared closely at the floating tower. At this moment, the tower spirit waved its hand and threads of spirit chi entered the floating tower. Immediately, the floating tower opened and a staircase appeared from the floating tower. It continued to extend until it reached the ground. You can enter now, said the tower spirit. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, several martial artists began to move. The first to move were Luo Gong and Luo Lioli, followed by Wang Bing and the cloud-pushing palm of the flying immortal pavilion, Yang Shuo. Then, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu looked at each other, and the 3 of them quickly entered the floating tower. Finally, it was Xinjiang and Mo Shong. Xinjiang took the lead. Seeing this, Magic Shong also prepared to climb up the escalator. However, at this moment, a wild aura suddenly appeared, followed by a black shadow. As soon as the black shadow appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Magic Shong. Poochie. In the blink of an eye, the black figure heavily injured Mo Shong and then directly killed him. Tai Yun, so it's him. Tai Yun was originally stronger than Mo Shong. Adding on the Yellow Spring Sect's aura, killing Mo Shong was extremely easy. After Mo Shong was killed, Xinjiang was startled. He immediately shouted, "Tower Spirit, this person is committing murder here. Are you not going to do anything?" Mo Shong's relationship with Xinjiang had always been good. Seeing Mo Shong die, he was infuriated. "Tower Spirit, didn't you say that only the strongest 9 people can enter the floating tower? Since I was able to kill Mo Shong, that means I'm stronger than him. He doesn't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower," said Tai Yun. The Tower Spirit nodded and said, "Let's go in." Tai Yun's figure flashed and he stepped onto the staircase. Xinjiang was infuriated, but he was also a bit afraid of Tai Yun. He directly entered the floating tower. Once Tai Yun entered the floating tower, the staircase vanished and the floating tower closed. The Tower Spirit stood at the top of the floating tower, looking down at those disappointed martial artists. "Although you don't have the qualifications to enter the floating tower, my master has left behind an opportunity for you," said the Tower Spirit. "What opportunity?" asked a martial artist. Crash. The Tower Spirit flicked its wrist, and the entire plane instantly changed its appearance. This place became a sealed space, and the surroundings were filled with extremely dense spiritual qi. "This is a cultivation holy land that my master once set up. You can cultivate here until the divine illusion space closes," said the Tower Spirit. Seeing this cultivation holy land, the disappointed martial artists were all delighted. "Haha, as expected of a cultivation holy land. I feel like my strength will definitely increase if I cultivate here. Not bad, I've been stuck at a bottleneck for so long. I'll definitely be able to break through this time. Although I can't obtain the floating tower's inheritance, being able to cultivate here is already pretty good. I have to seize this time to cultivate and break through as soon as possible." Immediately, countless martial artists sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate in a race against time. Seeing this, the Tower Spirit smiled slightly. Fang Chen and the others had entered an illusory realm after entering the floating tower. Furthermore, no one was with anyone else. "This is an illusory realm." Fang Chen looked around and said softly. At this moment, the Tower Spirit's voice rang out. "The floating tower is actually an independent space. This independent space is a natural illusory realm. Back then, my master spent a great deal of effort to bring this natural illusory realm into the floating tower. My master's inheritance is within this illusory realm. Whoever can find it will obtain my master's inheritance." The Tower Spirit's voice rang out among the 9 people. Immediately, their eyes burned with desire as they began to search for the inheritance. Of the 9 people, only Tai Yun wasn't in a hurry to find the inheritance. After entering the floating tower, he had felt an attractive force. It must be a member of the Yellow Spring Sect, thought Tai Yun. Following this attractive force, Tai Yun quickly advanced. Although this was an illusory realm, the members of the Yellow Spring Sect could sense each other's auras without any obstruction. Soon, Tai Yun appeared in a hidden area. Here, he felt an even denser aura of the Yellow Spring Sect. "I wonder which fellow disciple has come." Suddenly, a dark voice rang out in Tai Yun's ears. Chapter 367. The gloomy voice entered Tai Yun's ears and a smile appeared on his face. "Iron Sword Hall Master." Tai Yun replied. They were in the floating tower and there was a Tower Spirit. They did not dare to speak directly and used the Yellow Spring Sect's unique voice transmission technique. Hearing the words Iron Sword Hall Master, the gloomy voice sounded again. "Come in." As he spoke, a suction force enveloped the Iron Sword Hall Master and Tai Yun disappeared. When Tai Yun opened his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black space. In front of him stood a burly figure. "You are?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. "Guardian Wu Xian," the figure said softly. Hearing that, the Iron Sword Hall Master was shocked. He immediately said, "So it's Guardian Wu Xian." Guardians were considered top experts in the Yellow Spring sect. At their peak, every Guardian was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. However, after that battle, most of the members of the Yellow Spring sect died. Only a few members survived. They were seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. Over the years, as time passed, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect began to slowly awaken. Guardian Wu Xian was one of them. "Guardian Wu Xian, why are you here?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. "It's all because of that damned old thing. I was seriously injured by him in that battle. If I did not use some kind of heaven-defying technique, I would have died." Speaking of himself, Guardian Wu Xian said coldly. He was furious. "I'm afraid that even he doesn't know that after the battle back then, I'll be struggling at death's door in his tower. However, because of that, I'm unable to leave this place. Even though my injuries have healed over the years, I'm still unable to leave," Protector Wu Xian said. "Guardian Wu Xian, how can I help you?" the Iron Sword Hall Master asked. Guardian Wu Xian said, "I want to take over a warrior's body and use his body to escape. However, in this floating tower, my cultivation is suppressed to the first condensing reality realm. If the 8 of them join forces, I am afraid I will not be able to take over their body." Hearing Guardian Wu Xian's words, the Iron Sword Hall Master nodded slightly and said, "Guardian Wu Xian, do you have any good ideas?" Hearing that, Guardian Wu Xian nodded slightly. A crisis was approaching, but the other 8 did not know. They were all trying their best to find the inheritance in the floating tower. Time passed by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, Fang Chen and the others did not gain anything. Tai Yun didn't make a move either. They were waiting for the best opportunity. On a certain day half a month later, Fang Chen actually met an acquaintance in the dreamland. When Luo Lioli, who was dressed in a red dress, saw Fang Chen, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. "Why are you here?" Luo Lioli looked at Fang Chen and directly asked. "I was looking for an inheritance and accidentally came here," Fang Chen said bluntly. Luo Lioli gently nodded and said, "This is a natural illusory realm. It's very mystical. It's impossible for us to see through it with our strength." Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Natural illusions were many times more powerful than man-made ones. In other words, natural illusions were flawless and had no flaws. However, Fang Chen didn't believe there was such a thing as a flawless illusion in this world. Even if it was a natural illusion, Fang Chen believed there would definitely be flaws. He was looking for those flaws. As long as he could find those flaws, he would have hope of finding the inheritance. "Let's search together," said Lioli. Fang Chen nodded. "Sure. One more person means one more power." Then Fang Chen and Luo Lioli searched for the inheritance together. It was at this time that the little mouse fell into a deep slumber. A purple halo appeared on its body. It seemed to be transforming. With the Banxianshu protecting it, Fang Chen wasn't worried about the little mouse's safety at all. At this time, in a certain natural illusion, the head disciple of Little Divine Peak, Xinjiang, was carefully advancing. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Not good, it's Tai Yun. When he saw Tai Yun, his figure flashed and he prepared to flee. He had clearly seen Tai Yun easily kill Mo Shong. Tai Yun's strength was countless times greater than his. "You want to run?" After waiting for half a month with great difficulty, a martial artist finally showed up. How could Tai Yun let him escape so easily? Swish. Within the tower, Tai Yun did not dare to escape and reveal his identity. Seeing that Xinjiang was trying to escape, Tai Yun's figure flashed and directly chased after him. Just as Xinjiang was about to disappear from his sight, an invisible fluctuation of aura came out from the ground and directly drilled into Xinjiang's body. Swish. Xinjiang, who was moving forward quickly, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. While he was hesitating, Tai Yun caught up. "Tai Yun, what are you doing?" Xinjiang knew he couldn't escape, so he icily asked Tai Yun. "You'll know in a bit." While speaking, Tai Yun displayed a tyrannical power, wanting to capture Xinjiang. How could the latter allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight? Damn it! Roared Xinjiang. A wild aura surged out of his body. But just as he was about to circulate his spiritual qi, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. What's going on? Cried Xinjiang. Each time he tried to circulate his spiritual qi, his body would hurt. If he couldn't circulate his spiritual qi, he would die at Tai Yun's hands. Don't waste time. As soon as Tai Yun finished speaking, he grabbed Xinjiang and punched him in the neck. Xinjiang immediately fainted. Then Tai Yun's figure flashed and he disappeared into the darkness. At this time, at the highest point of the floating tower, there was a layer of grey mist. Within that mist was an illusory figure. It was the tower spirit. As expected, I've always felt the aura of the Yellow Spring sect hidden within the tower. But I couldn't find it. So it was here. The tower spirit had seen everything Tai Yun had done. But it didn't have any offensive power. It could only control the floating tower to trap the members of the Yellow Spring sect. It couldn't stop them. I must find a way to get rid of them, the tower spirit said. When Xinjiang woke up, he found himself in a dark space. His surroundings were dark, and there were two figures in front of him. Tai Yun. Xinjiang recognized one of the figures. It was Tai Yun, who had captured him previously. As for the other figure, Xinjiang didn't recognize it. Protector Wu Xian, can we begin? Tai Yun smiled. Protector Wu Xian nodded and said, yes. Just as Protector Wu Xian said that, a majestic spirit appeared in his mind and floated in the sky. Feeling this strong spirit, Xinjiang's heart skipped a beat. Hiss. Hiss. Under Xinjiang's gaze, this soul was actually moving closer to him. His expression greatly changed as he finally realized what they were trying to do. You guys. Xinjiang resisted with all his might. But he was subdued by Protector Wu Xian. I'd advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you will die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian said coldly. The moment Protector Wu Xian's spirit entered Xinjiang's mind, Xinjiang felt the dense aura of the Yellow Spring sect. His pupils shrank, and he said, you are the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. You found out a bit late. Tai Yun chuckled and said coldly, no. Xinjiang let out an unwilling roar. But in the end, he was unable to resist Protector Wu Xian. A short while later, Xinjiang's spirit was completely devoured by Protector Wu Xian. Then, Protector Wu Xian's spirit completely possessed Xinjiang's body. After the possession, Protector Wu Xian's body suddenly turned into specks of starlight and entered Xinjiang's body. Congratulations, Protector Wu Xian. You've been reborn. Tai Yun was full of smiles. Protector Wu Xian nodded slightly. This body is not bad. Protector Wu Xian, why don't you raise this body's cultivation level to the condensing reality realm? Tai Yun asked. Protector Wu Xian's cultivation level was at the 9th condensing reality realm when he was at his peak. He was very powerful. In the entire Jingguan country, there was probably no one who could be his opponent. However, in this evil floating tower, his cultivation level was suppressed to the 1st condensing reality realm. Even so, he was still very powerful. Although he had been reborn, Xinjiang's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 9th Qi High realm. If Protector Wu Xian wanted to raise his cultivation level, he could easily condense a Dharma idol in Xinjiang's Dantian and reach the 1st condensing reality realm. However, he didn't want to do that for now. He still wanted to use Xinjiang's identity to leave the floating tower smoothly. Let's talk about it after we leave the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian finished speaking and brought Tai Yun with him. In a flash, they appeared in the natural illusion. On the other side of the natural illusion, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli were moving forward. Suddenly, Luo Liuli's body stopped. She noticed a glowing place in front of her. There's something up ahead, Luo Liuli said in a sweet voice. Fang Chen was startled. He looked over and discovered that not far away, there was a glowing place. Let's go and take a look, Fang Chen said. After a while, Fang Chen and Luo Liuli appeared in the glowing place. On the flat ground, there was a stone. This stone was glowing. Do you think this is the inheritance of the floating tower? Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen was about to speak when suddenly, Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the python sword, said, "This is obviously a trick. How can it be the inheritance? Kid, you must not touch this glowing stone. It will be dangerous." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Ancestor Bronze, he might have thought that this glowing stone was the inheritance of the floating tower. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Luo Liuli's small white hand reached towards the glowing stone. "Be careful." In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's hand. Chapter 368. In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen grabbed Luo Liuli's small, fair hand and stopped her from moving. Luo Liuli's face flushed as Fang Chen held her hand. She lowered her head, feeling a little shy. Only now did Fang Chen realize his rudeness. He hastily let go of her hand and said, "This glowing stone isn't the inheritance. It's just a decoy. Once you touch it, it'll be very dangerous." Luo Liuli's expression gradually returned to normal. She curiously asked, "How did you know?" Fang Chen smiled. "It's a secret." Fang Chen continued forward with Luo Liuli. However, Fang Chen continued to chat with Ancestor Bronze as they walked. "Ancestor, since you recognized this glowing stone as a decoy, do you know where the true inheritance is?" asked Fang Chen. "Of course I do. Don't you know who I am?" said Ancestor Bronze. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me bitterly search for half a month." Fang Chen was speechless for a moment. "I'm tempering you. I can't let things go so smoothly for you," said Ancestor Bronze. In truth, even Ancestor Bronze hadn't been able to find the inheritance when he first entered. He had only vaguely sensed where the true inheritance was after half a month of searching. Of course, he naturally wouldn't tell Fang Chen who he was. He was Ancestor Bronze, an existence who had suppressed an era. How could he lose face in front of a junior? After chatting with Ancestor Bronze for a bit, Fang Chen quickly followed the direction Ancestor Bronze had pointed out. Although this was a natural illusion, it wasn't much for Ancestor Bronze. Given old Ancestor Bronze's current state, it would be impossible for him to break through the illusion. However, seeing through the illusion was a piece of cake for him. After walking for about 2 hours in the dreamland, Fang Chen finally came to a stop. Seeing Fang Chen stop, Luo Liuli asked, "Did you find the inheritance?" "The inheritance should be here," Fang Chen said faintly. He frowned and looked around. It was empty. There was nothing. "Ancestor, where is the inheritance?" Fang Chen secretly asked. "Follow your current direction and take 3 steps forward. Then, turn left and take 1 step. Then, turn right and take 2 steps, Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he followed old Ancestor Bronze's instructions and walked slowly. At this moment, the tower spirit was observing all the cultivators in the tower amidst the grey mist. When he saw Tai Yun and Shunjiang appear, his eyes turned cold, and a murderous intent emerged from the illusion. "Remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply," the pagoda spirit muttered to himself. Even though he now knew of the existence of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he was still the pagoda spirit. There was no way he could deal with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. He could only rely on the help of others. "I wonder which warrior will be able to obtain Master's inheritance. If it's really not possible, I can guide them a little." The tower spirit's face was filled with anxiety as he turned to look at the location of the inheritance. When he saw what he saw, he was incomparably shocked. That was because there were 2 figures in the inheritance. Those 2 figures were naturally Fang Chen and Luo Liuli. Did they find the inheritance? Or did they just happen to pass by? The tower spirit was filled with anxiety as he stared at the 2 of them. However, just as Fang Chen stepped forward, a smile appeared on the tower spirit's face. He was very excited. Fang Chen's steps were exactly the same as the location of the inheritance. How is this possible? He actually found it in such a short time. The tower spirit was incomparably shocked. Under the tower spirit's gaze, Fang Chen successfully found the inheritance. At this time, Fang Chen was on the ground, following Ancestor Bronze's guidance. When he stood on a very inconspicuous ground, the ground suddenly trembled and the pagoda spirit appeared. "Little fellow, you're not bad. You were actually able to find the inheritance." The tower spirit looked at Fang Chen with satisfaction. This sudden change caused Luo Liuli's face to reveal a shocked expression. He really found the inheritance. Luo Liuli looked at Tai Nyo with a complicated expression. "Senior." Fang Chen recognized the tower spirit and respectfully greeted him. "Little fellow, since you found the inheritance, you have the qualifications to accept my master's inheritance. However, my master's inheritance is extremely powerful. If you can't accept it, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation," said the tower spirit. Fang Chen nodded, and then the tower spirit looked at Luo Liuli. "Little fellow, according to the rules, you should be the one to find the inheritance. But my master once said that if someone else finds the inheritance at the same time, then the lady has to go first." Hearing the tower spirit's words, Luo Liuli was stunned. The master of the floating tower had actually set such a rule. "Since it's your master's rule, then let Luo Liuli go first." Fang Chen nodded. "Tai Nyo, you found it first. You should be the one to accept it," said Luo Liuli a bit embarrassedly. "This is my master's rule. How can it be changed? You can go first. But I can tell you with certainty that with your strength, it'll be a bit difficult for you to obtain my master's inheritance," said the tower spirit directly. The tower spirit immediately saw through Luo Liuli's strength. Although she was very strong, she was the weakest of the 9 people who had entered the floating tower. Luo Liuli didn't say anything else. She looked apologetically at Fang Chen and then sat down to accept the inheritance. The moment Luo Liuli sat down in a lotus position, a grayish aura suddenly entered her body from the ground. At this moment, a trace of pain appeared on Luo Liuli's face. "Senior, she should be fine, right?" asked Fang Chen. "She's fine," said the tower spirit. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During those 6 hours, Luo Liuli had been accepting the inheritance. However, as time passed, Luo Liuli's aura became more and more chaotic. In the end, her body began to tremble. Her situation was very dangerous. "She's unable to accept my master's inheritance. She's about to go crazy," said the tower spirit. "Then what do we do?" asked Fang Chen hastily. "Place your hands on her body and absorb my master's aura. Then she'll slowly recover," said the tower spirit. Fang Chen nodded and did as the tower spirit said. He sat behind Luo Liuli and placed his hands on her back. Immediately, a wild suction force appeared and sucked away all the aura of the tower's master from Luo Liuli's body. About 15 minutes later, Luo Liuli woke up from the brink of going berserk. When she realized that Fang Chen's hands were on her back, a blush appeared on her face. "Little girl, you were unable to accept my master's inheritance and almost went crazy. He was the one who saved you," said the tower spirit as it looked down at Luo Liuli. When Luo Liuli heard this, a trace of surprise appeared on her face. She immediately stood up and nodded at Fang Chen, her heart filled with gratitude. After Luo Liuli woke up, Fang Chen's acceptance of the inheritance was on the right track. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly. A wild aura was constantly drilling into Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen felt a large amount of information appear in his mind. That information was all about the tower's master's inheritance. Fang Chen felt that his mind was like a vast ocean, filled with seawater. Time passed by slowly. The aura around Fang Chen's body continued to increase. One day later, Fang Chen's aura reached a critical point. At this time, Fang Chen had already accepted the inheritance. Boom! Loud sound came from Fang Chen's body. In an instant, Fang Chen's qi began to expand rapidly. Following that, Fang Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the qi high realm. Of course, this was not the end. When Fang Chen's cultivation reached the middle stage of the 6th level of the qi high realm, it continued to increase and break through. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's cultivation reached the 7th level of the qi high realm. After reaching the 7th level of the qi high realm, Fang Chen's aura began to stabilize. At this time, the aura around Fang Chen's body disappeared. It was as if he was an ordinary person, quietly sitting there with his legs crossed. He is now in a deep state of cultivation. I think he will be in this state for a long time. Seeing Fang Chen's current state, the tower spirit finally let out a sigh of relief and said to Luo Liuli. Luo Liuli blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "He saved my life. Then I will guard him here and wait for him to wake up." After that, Luo Liuli sat cross-legged beside Fang Chen and closed her eyes. While Fang Chen was accepting the inheritance, many warriors in the floating tower were frantically searching for the inheritance. They did not know that the inheritance had already been obtained by Fang Chen and was in the process of accepting it. At the same time, Protector Wu Xian and Tai Yun were also hiding in the dark. They were waiting for the floating tower to open again. Once the floating tower opened again, they could leave safely. As long as they could leave the floating tower safely, Protector Wu Xian's cultivation would be completely restored. The entire Jingguan country would be under his control. Thinking of this, Protector Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Time passed bit by bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. Finally, when the divine illusion space was about to close, Fang Chen successfully accepted the inheritance. In these 2 months, Fang Chen's cultivation did not break through again. He remained at the 7th level of the Qi High Realm. For him, these 2 months were to strengthen his foundation. In the early stages of accepting the inheritance, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, causing his foundation to be unstable. Therefore, in these 2 months, he was strengthening his foundation. And because of these 2 months of strengthening, his foundation had become even more solid. The current him even had a change in his aura. It was as if every movement of his could affect the surrounding air. Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Luo Liuli's beautiful face. Seeing that Fang Chen had woken up, Luo Liuli's beautiful face revealed a trace of a smile. "You're awake?" Luo Liuli asked. Fang Chen nodded and then cupped his hands towards Luo Liuli. He did not need to think to know that Luo Liuli had been protecting him during this period of time. "Kid, you've finally finished accepting the inheritance." The tower spirit suddenly appeared with a face full of joy. "Senior." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked the tower spirit. "Since you've finished accepting the inheritance, then I need you to do something for me." Chapter 369. After getting such a great reward from the floating tower, Fang Chen would agree to 10 requests without hesitation, let alone one. "Senior, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you," Fang Chen said. "The Yellow Spring Sect, I think you already know about it." The tower spirit looked at Fang Chen and asked. "Yes, you mean that there is a survivor of the Yellow Spring Sect in the floating tower?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. The tower spirit nodded and said, "That's right. There is a guardian of the Yellow Spring Martial School hidden in this floating tower. But his cultivation level is suppressed to the first condensing reality realm. Most importantly, he has just taken over a warrior's body and is only at the 9th Qi High Realm. You have received the Master's inheritance, so you have the highest chance of killing him. Once he leaves here and recovers his cultivation to the 9th condensing reality realm, it will definitely be a disaster for the Jingguan country," the tower spirit said in a deep voice. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard this. He never thought that there would be such a powerful member of the Yellow Spring Sect hidden in the floating tower. "Senior, the guardian of the Yellow Spring Sect has been possessed. How can I know him?" Fang Chen asked. "Don't worry about that, I will guide you to find him. But before that, I need you to gather together. If you all work together, you will have a better chance," the tower spirit said. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the tower spirit waved its hand. Suddenly, a warrior appeared in front of Fang Chen. It was the top warrior of the Luo family's younger generation, Luo Gong. Luo Gong. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw Luo Gong. After Luo Gong, Wang Bing, Yang Shuo from the Flying Immortal Pavilion, Xia Houwu, Jianfeng and the others appeared. There were 7 people in total, and they were all gathered together. "Don't be surprised, I am the one who gathered you all together," the tower spirit appeared and said directly. Everyone nodded. "Let me tell you the truth. My master's inheritance has already been obtained by this person, and he has also completely accepted the inheritance. The reason why I gathered you all together is so that you can work together to deal with the Yellow Spring sect. The Tower Spirit said. What inheritance has been obtained by Tai Nyo? Luo Gong's eyes flickered. No wonder we couldn't find the inheritance even after searching for 2 months. So it was obtained by brother Tai Nyo. Wang Bing and the others started to befriend Tai Nyo after knowing that he had obtained the inheritance. Brother Iron Bull, we had some conflicts before. I hope you don't mind. Wang Bing and the others said with a smile. Xia Houwu glanced at Fang Chen. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating that he should not reveal his identity. Xia Houwu nodded in agreement. As for Jian Feng, he had no idea that the Iron Bull in front of him was Fang Chen from the sword-worshipping sect. Before Tai Nyo had obtained the inheritance, he was already stronger than Luo Gong. Now that he had obtained the inheritance, his aura was even stronger. In their hearts, they had no intention of snatching the inheritance. How could they snatch it? Even Luo Gong could not defeat Tai Nyo, so it was even more impossible for them to defeat Tai Nyo. Even if everyone worked together, it was not realistic. Therefore, they could only accept reality and befriend Iron Bull. At this moment, the pagoda genie spoke again. The Yellow Spring sect is the enemy of the entire ancient sword continent. I hope you can cooperate with each other and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said the Tower Spirit. Afterwards, the Tower Spirit told everyone about the danger of Enforcer Wu Xian. When they learned that there was a 9th stage condensing reality realm enforcer in the floating tower, they were all shocked. In the end, everyone reached a unanimous decision. They would work together to annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Among you, Tai Nyo is the strongest. This time, with him as the center, you will assist him, said the Tower Spirit. Everyone nodded. No one objected. Rest for 15 minutes, then I will bring you to the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle, said the Tower Spirit. Everyone began to adjust their bodies. If they wanted to completely deal with the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer, they could not afford to lose. They had to fight in their peak condition. 15 minutes passed quickly. The 7 of them looked serious. This time, their opponent was the Yellow Spring sect's enforcer. Moreover, according to the Tower Spirit, he could raise his cultivation to the 1st stage of condensing reality realm at any time. If it was an elite on the martial marquis list, defeating a 1st stage of condensing reality realm martial artist would be easy. However, almost none of them were on the martial marquis list. Therefore, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Are you ready? Asked the Tower Spirit. Everyone nodded. Then, the Tower Spirit waved his hand and the 7 of them instantly disappeared. At this moment, Enforcer Wu Xian and Tai Yun were walking quickly on an empty space in the natural illusion. After calculating the time, the divine illusion space was about to close. The floating tower would probably open in a few days. As long as I can leave this damn floating tower, my strength will recover. Enforcer Wu Xian's heart was filled with excitement. Congratulations in advance, Enforcer Wu Xian, said Tai Yun with a smile as he followed behind Enforcer Wu Xian. This time, you have contributed greatly. After I go out and take control of the Golden Crown country, you will help me manage it, said Enforcer Wu Xian with a smile. Thank you, Enforcer Wu Xian, said Tai Yun with excitement. Just as Tai Yun and Enforcer Wu Xian were talking, a dazzling light suddenly flashed. Then, 7 figures appeared out of thin air in front of Enforcer Wu Xian, blocking his way out. Yes. Enforcer Wu Xian frowned when he saw this. The 7 of them steadied themselves. When they saw Tai Yun, their expressions changed slightly. Luo Gong said coldly, Tai Yun, you are indeed a survivor of the Yellow Spring sect. Xinjiang, could it be that he has been possessed? Fang Chen said to himself when he saw Xinjiang. Are you here to die? Tai Yun said coldly when he saw the 7 of them appear at the same time. Enforcer Wu Xian, who was in front of Tai Yun, finally darkened his face. The 7 of them appeared at the same time and discovered that they were survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had been discovered by the Tower Spirit of the floating tower. Crash. Just as Enforcer Wu Shen frowned, the tower spirit appeared. I really didn't expect you to follow Master back then. After the great battle, you were actually able to hide in his tower. The tower spirit looked at Enforcer Wu Shen and said furiously, HMPH. Even that old bastard couldn't kill me back then. Do you think that the 7 of them can kill me if they work together? At this moment, Enforcer Wu Shen no longer hid his identity. He directly revealed his true identity and said coldly, This is the floating tower. Your cultivation is infinitely suppressed. The tower spirit sneered. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, these small fishes can't kill me. On the contrary, I will kill them with my own hands. Enforcer Wu Shen said sinisterly. All of you, work together and surround him. The tower spirit roared. As soon as the tower spirit finished speaking, Luo Gong and the other 5 surrounded Protector Wu Shen in an instant. They all unleashed powerful attacks on Protector Wu Shen. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Shen's face was filled with anger. He attacked wildly. At this critical moment, Fang Chen made his move. According to the prearranged route, the other 6 people would trap Enforcer Wu Shen while he would kill Tai Yun as fast as he could. After that, the 7 of them would work together to deal with Enforcer Wu Shen. Swoosh! When Fang Chen was in front of Tai Yun, the hidden star sword danced violently. A sword light appeared in the void and shot towards Tai Yun at an unparalleled speed. Enforcer Wu Shen, save me. Tai Yun, who had originally made a solemn vow, felt a tinge of fear in his heart when he sensed this wild aura. He shouted loudly. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. After receiving the inheritance, he could kill a martialist like Tai Yun in an instant. Poochie. Before Tai Yun could finish speaking, the sword light pierced Tai Yun's head fiercely. With a bang, Tai Yun's body slumped to the ground. His body and soul were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, an elite like Tai Yun was destroyed in body and soul. Seeing this, Enforcer Wu Shen roared, You killed the Iron Sword Hall Master in front of me. All of you shall be buried together with him. Just as Enforcer Wu Shen finished speaking, a wild aura spread out from his chi-si. In the next moment, a void hammer appeared above his head. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Enforcer Wu Shen was refining treasures in his chi-si. Chapter 370. Because Guardian Wu Shen was once a peak warrior at the 9th condensing reality realm, he had a lot of experience in refining treasures and condensing Dharma images. Even though he had successfully taken over another body and was only at the 9th Chi High realm, if he wanted to, he could easily reach the 1st condensing reality realm in a short time. But right now, because Guardian Wu Shen underestimated Fang Chen's strength, he allowed Fang Chen to kill the Iron Sword Hall leader in an instant. At this moment, Guardian Wu Shen was enraged. He started to condense his Dharma image. Crash! Protector Wu Shen's aura soared. When his aura reached its peak, a void hammer appeared above his head. This void hammer was Protector Wu Shen's Dharma projection. Stop him. Seeing this, the tower spirit said with a gloomy voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body flashed. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand. The fire and water sword art was pushed to the extreme, and he attacked Guardian Wu Shen. Seeing this, Luo Gong and the others also attacked. They wanted to stop Guardian Wu Shen from condensing his Dharma image. Otherwise, once Guardian Wu Shen finished condensing his Dharma image, even if they worked together, they would not be able to defeat Guardian Wu Shen. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures and condense Dharma images with their Chi High realm warriors. Compared to Chi High realm warriors, they had a huge leap in power. Even if it was a warrior on the Martial Marquis list, it would be almost impossible for him to defeat a warrior who was at the 1st condensing reality realm. Unless it was a warrior who was in the top 10 of the Martial Marquis list. It was said that the warriors in the top 10 of the Martial Marquis list were very powerful. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the Chi High realm. They were even more powerful than normal warriors at the 1st condensing reality realm. But right now, even if Fang Chen finished receiving the inheritance, his strength would only be comparable to the warriors at the bottom of the Martial Marquis list. Compared to the warriors in the top 10 of the Martial Marquis list, the gap was too big. You will all die. At this moment, Guardian Wu Shen's face was filled with coldness. Since he had already used violence, he had nothing to fear. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the first condensing reality realm, then kill these ants in front of him. Swoosh! A majestic swordlight instantly appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Upon seeing this, Protector Wu Xian waved his hand and the void hammer above his head suddenly smashed into Fang Chen's swordlight. Crack! Fang Chen's swordlight instantly shattered. Then, the huge hammer smashed towards Luo Gong and the others. Bang bang bang! Although Protector Wu Xian hadn't completely condensed his Dharma body, his strength was almost unrivaled. His aura had reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, Luo Gong and the others were all injured. At this time, the only martial artists standing on the ground were Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. The boundless killing intent within the blood of his entire body was instantly exposed. The entire floating tower was filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. Xiahou Wu roared and clenched his fists. The veins on his arms were exposed. A wild aura instantly merged into his fists. At the same time, Fang Chen's hidden star sword once again smashed out. Of course, when Fang Chen used the water and fire sword technique, he also used the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. The current Fang Chen's soul cultivation had reached the peak of the first rank. In addition to the second level of the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame, the soul attack was too tyrannical. Bang! Xiahou Wu's fist and Fang Chen's swordlight simultaneously bombarded Protector Wu Xian's body. However, they were directly blocked by Protector Wu Xian. The void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head was too powerful. This is the Dharma body of a condensing reality realm martial artist. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the void hammer. He was extremely shocked. At that moment, Fang Chen's soul flame appeared before Protector Wu Xian. Seeing the soul flame, Protector Wu Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "You actually have such a powerful soul flame. If you become my slave, I'll spare your life. In your dreams." Fang Chen said coldly. "Then, all of you can die." At this moment, Wu Xian's Dharma body had also condensed to the most critical moment. The void hammer above his head was also gradually materializing. "It seems that I still have to take action." Suddenly, the voice of Ancestor Bronze rang out from the spatial ring. Fang Chen was startled. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, you have a way? Although I'm just a remnant consciousness and don't have much strength, I can interfere with the condensation of his Dharma body and cause cracks to appear in his Dharma body. Moreover, I can only help you up to this point," Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. This time, he was facing a martial artist who was about to reach the condensing reality realm. Although such a martial artist was like an ant when he was alive, it was different now. After the passage of countless years, his remnant consciousness was about to disappear. If it weren't for Fang Chen, his last remnant consciousness would have disappeared. It could be said that if Fang Chen died, his remnant consciousness would also disappear. Therefore, he was willing to help Fang Chen. Whoosh! As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, the python sword in his interspatial ring began to tremble violently. In the next moment, a faint ray of light shot out of the python sword. This faint ray of light quietly drilled into the void hammer that was about to materialize. Everyone present, including the tower spirit, didn't notice this at all. After doing all this, Ancestor Bronze's remnant consciousness was extremely weak. He didn't speak anymore and started to repair his remnant consciousness with all his might. Previously, Fang Chen had given Ancestor Bronze 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ancestor Bronze hadn't completely absorbed them yet, so he could absorb them this time. It was also at this moment that the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head completely materialized. However, at this moment, Protector Wu Xian let out a furious roar that reverberated throughout the entire floating tower. How could this be? Protector Wu Xian's voice was filled with anger. Fang Chen and the others looked over and were surprised to see that there was actually a fine crack on the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. The most taboo thing to do when condensing an Dharma body was to have a crack. As long as a crack appeared, it meant that the condensed Dharma body wasn't the most perfect Dharma body. An imperfect Dharma body would always have a flaw. As long as a martial artist attacked the flaw of the Dharma body with all his might, it would cause great harm to the Dharma body. The pagoda spirit, who had been a little disappointed at first, suddenly smiled when it saw this scene. A crack. Ha ha, a crack has appeared in the Dharma body. Even the heavens are helping us. The tower spirit laughed wildly. As Protector Wu Xian roared, Luo Gong and the others stood up from the ground. Although they were injured, they still had the strength to fight. His Dharma body isn't perfect, so a crack has appeared. This is your last chance. Everyone, focus your attacks on the crack in his Dharma body, said the tower spirit excitedly. Attack, ordered Fang Chen. Bearing the brunt of the attack, the hidden star sword fiercely stabbed out. A series of sword cries resounded throughout the floating tower. Behind Fang Chen was Xiahou Wu. He didn't even use his sword. His eyes were scarlet, and his fists were filled with terrifying killing intent as they smashed toward Protector Wu Xian. As for Luo Gong, Wang Bing, and the others, they all used their strongest techniques. They knew that this was their last chance. Once Protector Wu Xian recovered, they would all die. Kill. A series of shouts resounded throughout the floating tower. Protector Wu Xian, who was in a rage, clenched his fists when he saw their attacks. He directly counterattacked. Instantly, everyone was embroiled in a chaotic battle. Xiahou Wu and I will be the main attackers. You guys support. Suddenly, Fang Chen roared. Although Protector Wu Xian's Dharma body wasn't perfect, his strength was still very strong. That was why Fang Chen said that. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu's figure flashed. He walked side by side with Fang Chen and appeared in front of Protector Wu Xian. Then, he unleashed a fierce attack on Protector Wu Xian. Since you're looking for death, then I'll let you die without a burial ground. Protector Wu Xian roared furiously. Bang! 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 Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu joined hands to fight Protector Wu Xian. Although the two of them were at a disadvantage, they were suppressed by Protector Wu Xian. However, just as Protector Wu Xian was busy attacking the two of them, Luo Gong and the others' attacks directly bombarded the cracks in the void hammer above Protector Wu Xian's head. Crack. The void hammer was originally incomparably sturdy. However, it had a weak point, and that was the cracks. When the attacks of Luo Gong and the others landed on the cracks, they instantly increased the number of cracks on the void hammer. Ah! Protector Wu Xian, who was attacking, let out a miserable cry. In the next instant, his eyes turned scarlet. He wanted to kill Luo Gong and the others. However, Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu stopped him in time. I'll kill you all. Protector Wu Xian's eyes turned scarlet as he roared furiously. Waterfire Sword Technique, 8th level. At a certain moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body began to rapidly beat. Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with boundless sword intent. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that he had instantly comprehended the 8th level of the Waterfire Sword Technique. Now that the Waterfire Sword Technique had reached the 8th level, Fang Chen's strength had once again increased. The hidden star sword was constantly brandished, and the power of the Waterfire Sword Light had nearly doubled from before. Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu, who had originally been at a disadvantage, were relying on their efforts to gradually recover. He actually broke through in the middle of battle. In the sky, the tower spirit looked at Tai Nyo. Its eyes were filled with gratification. Tai Nyo was able to break through in the middle of battle. As expected of a cultivator who had received its master's inheritance. Originally, the tower spirit had been worried about Protector Wu Xian. However, at this moment, it gradually relaxed. That was because the cracks on Protector Wu Xian's great void hammer had already become extremely large. It was on the verge of shattering. Once Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol shattered, he would suffer a backlash. If it was light, he would be heavily injured. If it was heavy, he would die. Chapter 371. It could be said that Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen were the main force in attacking Protector Wu Xian. Ever since Xiahou Wu received the Death Qi inheritance, his entire body was filled with Death Qi. Within his blood, there was a monstrous bloodthirsty killing intent. When he went crazy, even Luo Gong and the others felt their hearts palpitating. This kind of martial artist, once he went crazy, his destructive power was too strong. As for Fang Chen, There was no need to talk about him. Before he received the inheritance, his strength was already stronger than Luo Gong, the head of the 9 young masters. Now that he had received the inheritance, his sword arts had a breakthrough, and his strength had increased again. In the eyes of Luo Gong and the others, Fang Chen's strength was already comparable to a martial marquis. When Fang Chen and Xiahou Wu gradually stabilized the situation, Luo Gong and the others also played a big role. Their full-strength attacks made the void hammer of Protector Wu Xian's Dharma idol crack bigger and bigger, until the void hammer was about to shatter. Ah! Protector Wu Xian looked up to the sky. He roared. He was unwilling. He was once the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect, and at his peak, his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. Not to mention the small Golden Guan nation, even in the Nanling Mountains, his power was at the top. At this moment, when he was condensing his Dharma power again, there should have been no mistakes, but such a big change had occurred. Even he did not know why there was a crack in his Dharma idol. When he discovered the crack, it meant that he was not a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist, and could only be considered a half-step condensing reality realm martial artist. Half-step condensing reality realm martial artist and condensing reality realm martial artist were only one step away, but he knew the difference between the two. Half-step condensing reality realm martial artist strength was at most comparable to the experts on the martial marquis list. The crack in his Dharma idol caused his cultivation to not reach the first level of the condensing reality realm. After a fierce battle, he felt that his Dharma idol was about to shatter. No, I can't accept this. I am the high and mighty protector of the Yellow Spring sect, how can I die in the hands of these little brats? Protector Wu Xian roared wildly in his heart. At this moment, Protector Wu Xian had the thought of retreating. As long as he hid in the dark space, even the tower spirit would not be able to do anything to him. Run! Protector Wu Xian furiously roared. The void hammer above his head instantly returned to his qi. After that, the wild aura around his body gathered on his fist. He fiercely punched towards Xiahou Wu and Fang Chen. Then, he threw out another punch at Luo Gong and the others. Just as everyone thought he was going to take them down with him, Protector Wu Xian leaped into the air and flew into the distance. Seeing this, the tower spirit was the first to react. He's trying to escape. The tower spirit shouted. In the next instant, Fang Chen's figure flashed and he immediately chased after them. Xiahou Wu, Luo Gong and the others also quickly caught up. You can't escape. Fang Chen looked at Protector Wu Xian in front of him and said coldly. Crash. In the process of chasing, Fang Chen suddenly brandished the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light pierced directly towards Protector Wu Xian. Pucha Protector Wu Xian was in a hurry to escape. Caught off guard, he was directly hit by Fang Chen's sword light. Immediately, a lot of blood flowed out from his back. Protector Wu Xian was not in a hurry to heal his wounds. Instead, he used the rebound force this time to expand his body again. He directly pulled a large distance away from Fang Chen. "Temph, I want to see where you can escape to in the floating tower." Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Protector Wu Xian coldly as he said. In the sky, the tower spirit saw Protector Wu Xian's escape route. His expression changed slightly and he shouted, "Stop him." Hearing this, Fang Chen and the others all increased their speed, wanting to catch up to Protector Wu Xian. However, Protector Wu Xian had condensed a Dharma idol. Although it was not perfect, it was still not something they could compare to. In addition, Protector Wu Xian controlled his own speed. Fang Chen and the others were unable to stop him in time. Whoosh! When Protector Wu Xian's figure appeared on the ground, a sinister expression appeared on his face. "One day, I'll make you regret what you've done today." Protector Wu Xian's icy voice entered the ears of Fang Chen and the others. By the time Fang Chen and the others arrived, Protector Wu Xian had already disappeared. "Tai Niu, have you seen Protector Wu Xian?" Fang Chen was the first to arrive. He stopped and looked around. Luo Gong and the others caught up and saw this scene. Fang Chen's expression was grave. He shook his head slightly. "I chased him here, but he disappeared into thin air." Crash! Just at this moment, the tower spirit appeared. Back then, Protector Wu Xian and my master. During the battle, they took the opportunity to open up a small independent space here. He has been hiding here all these years, said the tower spirit. If he hides here, there's nothing I can do. Damn it. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red. He was incomparably bloodthirsty as he cursed. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Senior, can you continue to trap him? Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone looked at the tower spirit. This was what they were most concerned about. If the tower was unable to control Protector Wu Xian and he escaped from the Golden Crown country, it would be a disaster for the entire ancient sword continent. Hearing this, the tower spirit nodded. However, its expression was a bit ugly. If my master's inheritance was still here, I could easily trap him. But now that my master's inheritance has been obtained by Tai Niu, I can only trap him for a period of time. How long? Asked Fang Chen with a frown. At most a year, said the tower spirit. Fang Chen nodded. Too many things had happened in a year. Perhaps after a year, Fang Chen's strength would have already reached the condensing reality realm. Luo Gong and the others' faces were also filled with helplessness. But right now, there was nothing they could do. In the end, the tower spirit communicated with everyone for a while and said, the divine illusion space is about to close. I'll open the tower and let you out. Thank you, senior. Luo Gong and the others cupped their hands. After this battle, the relationship between Luo Gong and the others had clearly improved. At the very least, Wang Bing and the others didn't have the slightest bit of hatred for Fang Chen. The ancient sword continent was a world where the strong were respected. Tai Niu's strength was so great that they had to look up to him. They had acknowledged him. Crash. The tower spirit's entrance opened and everyone walked out. Fang Chen was the last. Just as he was about to step out, the tower spirit's voice suddenly rang in Fang Chen's ears. Tai Niu, my old master once said that anyone who could obtain his inheritance would be my new master. So, from now on, I will always follow you. The tower spirit looked at Fang Chen and smiled. Fang Chen was startled. Before he could say anything, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the tower. At this moment, there wasn't a single person on the plains below the tower. A few days ago, the disciples of a large sect had all left the divine illusion space after cultivating. In the entire divine illusion space, only Fang Chen and the others were left. Brother Tai Niu, I, Wang Bing, have wronged you before. But from now on, you are my friend. Wang Bing was the first to walk towards Fang Chen and said with a smile. Fang Chen smiled and nodded. At this moment, Yang Shuo also walked in front of Fang Chen and said, Tai Niu, from now on, my flying immortal pavilion has no enmity with you. Yang Fan's death was his fault. It's not your fault. Tai Niu, I will definitely catch up to you. Luo Gong looked at Fang Chen and said solemnly. Behind Luo Gong, Luo Liuli, who was wearing a red dress, blushed when she looked at Fang Chen. In the end, everyone bid farewell to Fang Chen and left. In the blink of an eye, the only ones left in the divine illusion space were Jian Feng, Fang Chen, and Xiahou Wu. At this time, Fang Chen finally revealed his identity. He looked at Jian Feng and cupped his hands. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng. You are. Jian Feng was a bit puzzled. Senior apprentice brother Jian Feng, he is Fang Chen, said Xiahou Wu. What? You're Fang Chen? Jian Feng's heart was filled with shock when he heard Xiahou Wu's words. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen's cultivation base had been the lowest amongst the 20 disciples of the sword reverence sect. He hadn't expected that in just half a year, Fang Chen's cultivation base would reach a level comparable to a martial marquis. Are you really Fang Chen? Jian Feng couldn't believe it and asked again. Absolutely, said Fang Chen. As he spoke, Fang Chen's appearance returned to normal. Seeing Fang Chen's face, Jian Feng was incomparably excited. Let's leave first, said Xiahou Wu. Just as the three of them left, the floating tower began to shrink until it was the size of a palm. It noiselessly entered Fang Chen's spatial ring. After half a year, the divine illusion space finally came to an end. On this day, the entire Golden Crown nation was bustling with noise and excitement. The disciples of the various large sects had all returned to their sects. The most eye-catching ones were the 9 princes. Their strength had all increased greatly. Of course, the ordinary disciples had also benefited greatly. As for the most dazzling Tai Nyo, Luo Gong and the others didn't mention him. Many people didn't even know of his existence. Following the closure of the divine illusion space, the first thing the disciples of the various large sects did upon returning to their sects was to inform the higher-ups that the Iron Sword sect, the Grand Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect had colluded with the Yellow Spring sect. This news instantly spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. The 2-star sects led by the Luo family were all infuriated. Even the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family was infuriated. They all began to denounce the 3 2-star sects. They even began to join hands to exterminate the 3 2-star sects. At this time, Jian Feng and the others who were rushing to Jianzhou City learned of a nightmare. Not long after they had entered the divine illusion space, the Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises. Chapter 372. The Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises. Their sect master, Tian Zhenzi, had escaped with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown. All the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect had been annihilated. The Sword Reverence sect, one of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, had vanished just like that, becoming history. At that time, this matter had shaken the entire Golden Crown Nation. All the 2-star sects had been shocked. As a 2-star sect, its foundation was extraordinary. To be able to destroy a 2-star sect with the flip of a hand, this mysterious figure had to be a condensing reality realm expert. Moreover, he had to be a peak expert in the condensing reality realm. As a 2-star sect, not to mention the Golden Crown Nation, even in the southern mountain range, it could be considered a huge sect. Every 2-star sect had gone through the baptism of time. Within their sect, they had a foundation that other smaller sects couldn't compare to. Once a 2-star sect was destroyed, their foundation would instantly erupt. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a 2-star sect wouldn't be destroyed unless they provoked a 3-star sect. However, in the entire southern mountain range, there wasn't a single 3-star sect. The strongest was only a peak 2-star sect. The strength of a 3-star sect wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. It could be said that even if the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a 3-star sect. Of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, 6 of them had joined forces, preparing to encircle the Iron Sword sect, the Great Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect. Fang Chen's group of 3 felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Sword Reverence sect has been destroyed. Fang Chen asked as he looked at Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng in disbelief. I don't believe it. The Sword Reverence sect is a 2-star sect. How can it be destroyed? Jian Feng was a bit crazy. He couldn't accept this fact. Let's go to the Sword Continent City. Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air. His eyes were scarlet. We definitely have to go to Sword State City. However, before we go, we have to change our appearances. Fang Chen tried his best to calm down as he analyzed the situation. If the Sword Reverence sect is really as rumored, led by a mysterious expert and completely destroyed by 5 martial marquises, they must want all the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect to die. If we reveal our identities, we will definitely be hunted down by them. Fang Chen continued. As long as we are alive, there is hope to rebuild the Sword Reverence sect. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng heavily nodded. Not long after, the 3 of them quickly headed towards Jianzhou City. The Sword State City, as one of the 9 super cities of the Golden Crown country, was originally under the protection of the Sword Reverence sect, so the Sword State City was very peaceful. However, half a year ago, the Sword Reverence sect was annihilated, leaving the Sword Continent City without a leader. Every sect wanted to dominate the Sword Continent City. With the passage of time, every sect started a war, wanting to gain control of the Sword State City. If this continued, the entire Sword State City would become incomparably chaotic. Fortunately, the Luo family's branch had the support of the Luo family's headquarters in the imperial capital, so they were able to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, from time to time, there would be a sect attacking the Luo family's branch in the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect was a one-star sect in the Sword State City. Originally, their strength was similar to the Luo family's branch. After the destruction of the Sword Reverence sect, the Sword State City was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Azure Sea sect believed that this was their chance to rise. Once they gained complete control of the Sword Reverence sect, their Azure Sea sect would definitely become a new two-star sect, overseeing the Sword State City. However, the Luo family's branch was very strong. Not long after, they completely controlled the Sword State City. Naturally, the Azure Sea sect refused to accept this. From time to time, they would attack the Luo family's territory, and even openly challenge them. At this moment, on a certain street in the Sword State City, the disciples of the Luo family's branch and the Azure Sea sect's disciples were having a conflict. "Humph, aren't you relying on the Luo family's headquarters? If it weren't for the Luo family's headquarters, our Azure Sea sect would have already destroyed your Luo family's branch." A green-robed disciple of the Azure Sea sect sneered and said, "Now, the overlord of the Sword State City is our Luo family's branch. Your Azure Sea sect has repeatedly provoked us. You are courting death." A disciple of the Luo family's branch did not say anything and directly launched a fierce attack. Suddenly, the two sides fell into a chaotic battle. This scene was seen by Fang Chen and the other two who had just entered the Sword State City. They saw this scene and slightly shook their heads. "Don't worry about them. Let's go to the Reverence Sword Peak and have a look," Fang Chen said in a low voice. "All right." Xia Houwu restrained his bloodthirsty killing intent and the scarlet color in his eyes quickly disappeared. He then quickly followed Fang Chen. On the street, there was chaos. The two sides were constantly fighting fiercely. No one was willing to retreat. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. Fang Chen and the other two quickly followed the street, wanting to go to the Reverence Sword Peak. Originally, the three of them didn't intend to get involved in this matter. However, just as the three of them bypassed the two sides of the battle and were about to continue moving forward, a disciple of the Azure Sea sect was suddenly punched by a disciple of the Luo family's branch. His body flew out and directly hit Fang Chen. Bang! The disciple hit Fang Chen. Not only did he not knock down Fang Chen, but he was also sent flying. Originally, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect was sent flying. He had a belly full of anger, but now he was furious. "Boy, are you blind?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect stood up and angrily looked at Fang Chen and roared. Fang Chen and the other two ignored the anger of the disciple of the Azure Sea sect and continued moving forward. His words were ignored by the three of them. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He was defeated by a disciple of the Luo family, but now he was ignored by a nobody. Courting death. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He roared and directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen's back. Xiu Fang Chen, who was walking, suddenly sensed a powerful force coming from behind him. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was instantly sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Crash! Fang Chen's action instantly caused the two sides to stop fighting. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect turned his head to look at Fang Chen. His eyes flashed with killing intent and he said, "Boy, you dare to attack a disciple of my Azure Sea sect?" The disciples of the Luo family saw this and naturally came to watch the show. In an instant, the eyes of the entire street were focused on Fang Chen and the other two. "So what if I attack a disciple of your Azure Sea sect?" Before Fang Chen could speak, Xia Wu could not bear it and directly roared. "You dare to talk to me like that?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect thought that the three of them were just ordinary disciples. They actually dared to talk to him like that. They really deserved to die. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you." Xia Wu roared with scarlet eyes. His words directly intimidated the disciples of the Azure Sea sect. All the warriors were stunned. Now in Zhenju City, There was actually someone who dared to talk to a disciple of the Azure Sea sect like that. Let's go. Fang Chen did not want to complicate matters and said in a low voice. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. At this time, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect reacted. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was full of anger. He roared, "I will kill you." While speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen and the other two. However, his attack did not even touch the three of them before his body was sent flying. Crack! The leader of the younger generation of the Azure Sea sect was killed by a nobody with a single punch. Seeing the disciple of the Azure Sea sect lying on the ground and losing his vitality, even the disciples of the Luo family were incomparably shocked. Killed by a single punch. All the warriors' hearts were filled with shock. The one who had attacked was Xiahou Wu. His eyes were scarlet. He glanced at the disciples of the Azure Sea sect and then turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect did not dare to make a sound. After a long time, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect reacted. They took the corpse of the dead disciple and quickly disappeared from the street. Quickly go and report to the head of the family that a mysterious expert has appeared in Zhenju City. A disciple of the Luo family said with a dignified expression. Fang Chen and the other two arrived in front of the Reverend Sword Peak without any hindrance. When they saw the huge sword on the Reverend Sword Peak, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At the same time, their eyes were filled with killing intent. This enmity must be avenged. Xiahou Wu roared with scarlet eyes. Who the hell is it? Zhen Feng roared. After the destruction of the Reverend Sword sect, a huge sword had been inserted on the Reverend Sword Peak. This huge sword guarded the ruins of the Reverend Sword sect. No one could take half a step onto the Reverend Sword Peak. Because of this, many cultivators of Zhenju City had been attracted to this place. At this time, not far from the Reverend Sword Peak, there were many cultivators gathered. They were looking at the huge sword and discussing it. It's said that this huge sword is the foundation of the Reverend Sword sect. After the destruction of the Reverend Sword sect, it has been guarding the Reverend Sword sect. That battle back then was truly world-shaking. A mysterious expert actually led 5 martial marquises to appear. The Reverend Sword sect didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yeah, no one can guess who that mysterious expert is. But to be able to command 5 martial marquises, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Let's not talk about that mysterious expert. Just those 5 martial marquises are all powerful experts. The weakest of them is the 30th ranked martial marquis, the illusory Yin martial marquis. As for the other 4, there's no need to even talk about them. The absolute heaven martial marquis, the vanquishing wind martial marquis, the dragon arm martial marquis, and the withered wood martial marquis. Just thinking about it is enough to shock me. Not too long ago, I heard that the Reverend Sword sect's disciples that entered the divine illusion space were also exterminated. The Reverend Sword sect is truly pitiful. Many cultivators were discussing spiritedly. As for Fang Chen and the other two not too far away, they clenched their fists in fury. 5 martial marquises. Fang Chen deeply remembered the names of those 5 martial marquises. There would be a day when he would personally avenge the Reverend Sword sect. Chapter 373. The towering sword contained an extremely wild sword intent that enveloped the entire Reverend Sword Peak. No one was able to take a single step closer to it. All the spectators gathered at the foot of the Reverend Sword Peak, gazing at the gigantic sword from afar. This gigantic sword was the foundation of the 2-star Reverend Sword sect. Even if the Reverend Sword sect was reduced to ruins, this gigantic sword would still protect the sect. Fang Chen and the other two were infuriated when they heard the crowd's discussion. Just as Xiahou Wu was speaking with Zhen Feng, Fang Chen suddenly took a step forward and entered the Sword Reverence Peak under the gazes of the crowd. Look, someone's entered the Reverence Sword Peak. Who is it? He's so young, could he be a remnant of the Reverence Sword sect? Impossible, the Reverence Sword sect's disciples in the divine illusion space are all dead except for Xiahou Wu and Zhen Feng. This person clearly isn't one of them. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to enter the Reverence Sword Peak? Seeing Fang Chen walk into the reverence sword peak, many of the spectators were shocked. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu were shocked. They had tried to enter the reverence sword peak, but even with their strength, they were unable to do so. So how had Fang Chen managed to do so? The golden heart in Fang Chen's body was rapidly beating. Before Fang Chen had entered the reverence sword peak, he had personally communicated with the golden heart. "Help me enter the reverence sword peak." This was what Fang Chen had personally said to the golden heart. Although he didn't know if the golden heart could hear him, Fang Chen still stepped forward. However, the result was just as Fang Chen had guessed. The golden heart could help him enter the reverence sword peak. The instant Fang Chen entered the reverence sword peak, the huge sword stabbed into the reverence sword peak suddenly began to tremble. The humming of the sword resounded throughout the entire sword prefecture city. The huge sword is trembling, it's humming. What's going on? Could it be that this is all caused by that brat? Heavens, why is it that no one can enter the reverence sword peak except for this brat? Could it be that he's hiding some secret? Many martial artists were shocked when they saw the changes in the giant sword. At this moment, Fang Chen was walking up the reverence sword peak step by step. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure from the giant sword getting heavier and heavier. However, the invisible aura emanating from the golden heart around his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the golden heart was wildly absorbing the sword intent emanating from the giant sword. The giant sword on the sword reverence peak emitted a series of sword cries that were filled with sorrow. Step by step, Fang Chen ascended the reverence sword peak. When he reached the peak, he stood directly in front of the giant sword. The great sword was huge, much taller than Fang Chen. Standing under the great sword, Fang Chen looked like an ant. At this moment, the giant sword had already stopped trembling. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant sword actually tilted towards Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he slowly extended his hand, as if he was going to grab the giant sword. Is he going to pull out the giant sword? All the martial artists were shocked. Crash. After about a minute, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body started beating rapidly. The invisible aura around him became extremely dense. This invisible aura caused Fang Chen to hallucinate. Fang Chen realized that the golden heart had transformed into a giant golden sword. It looked as if it was going to tear the sky apart as it lay quietly in the position of his heart. Just as the giant sword was about to fall towards him, the giant golden sword in his heart suddenly shot out a terrifying golden light. Fang Chen dared to guarantee that this golden light was the strongest golden light he had seen since coming to the ancient sword continent. The power of this golden light was many times stronger than any marquis that Fang Chen had seen before. Crack! This golden light flashed and disappeared, directly entering the giant sword. At this time, Fang Chen grasped the giant sword with his hand. Crash! The moment Fang Chen grasped the giant sword, his hallucinations disappeared. In the next moment, he realized that the golden heart was still lying quietly in his body, without any changes. Was it an illusion? Fang Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen fell into a state of confusion. When he was on Earth, he saw a giant golden sword that tore the sky apart and pierced his body, causing him to transmigrate to the ancient sword continent. His heart had also turned into a golden heart. Although he had never understood what the golden heart was, his intuition told him that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword. In the time that followed, Fang Chen gradually came to know that the golden heart could help him comprehend the sword Dao, allowing him to cultivate the sword Dao faster. Of course, this wasn't all the golden heart could do. Right now, the reverence sword peak was guarded by the giant sword, and no one could approach it. But with the help of the golden heart, not only did he approach the reverence sword peak, but he also grasped the giant sword. The giant sword was 10 meters long, and Fang Chen needed both hands to barely grasp the hilt of the giant sword. The moment Fang Chen grasped the hilt of the giant sword, a trace of information entered Fang Chen's mind. Sect Guardian Sword. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen realized that this giant sword was the Sect Guardian Sword of the Sword Reverence Sect. The moment he grasped the giant sword acknowledged him. As the sect guardian sword of the Sword Reverence sect, you have protected the Sword Reverence sect for generations. Now that the Sword Reverence sect has been destroyed, are you willing to kill the enemy with me? Fang Chen's voice was heavy and powerful as he spoke to the giant sword. Buzz the giant sword trembled and emitted a sword cry. In the next instant, Fang Chen discovered that the originally incomparably heavy giant sword was actually incomparably light. Alright, from now on, you and I will fight side by side. We will avenge the Sword Reverence sect together. Fang Chen heavily nodded his head. Buzz the giant sword seemed to laugh in joy when it heard this. Its body emitted a wild aura that instantly filled the entire Reverence Sword Peak. Everything that happened on the Reverence Sword Peak was clearly seen by all the cultivators below. Especially the moment when Fang Chen grasped the giant sword, they were incomparably shocked. Who is it? How can he wield the Sword Reverence sect's giant sword? Heavens, what did I just see? A godlike man ascended the Reverence Sword Peak with a giant sword in his hand, shaking the heavens and earth. Could it be that the giant sword wants to borrow his hand to avenge the Sword Reverence sect? The shock in many disciples' hearts could no longer be described with words. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu, who were also from the Sword Reverence sect, were incomparably shocked. After a long time, Jian Feng slightly shook his head and said, Junior Fang is indeed worthy of being called the heavenly sword son of our Sword Reverence sect. Only he is qualified to wield the giant sword and avenge the Sword Reverence sect. Although we are not as good as Fang Chen, we must avenge the Sword Reverence sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red as he said. At this moment, on the Reverence Sword Peak, Fang Chen was holding a 10-meter-long giant sword in his hand. He raised his head and roared, waving the giant sword fiercely towards the sky. Whoosh! A shocking sword light instantly emitted from the giant sword, causing the entire Zhenju city to tremble. In the Zhenju city, within the Azure Sea sect, the Azure Sea sect's upper echelons were discussing how to deal with the Luo family's branch. Sect Master, the Luo family's branch is relying on the support of the Luo family's headquarters. They are acting unscrupulously, not putting the Azure Sea sect in their eyes. An elder said. That's right, Sect Master, we must take action. Otherwise, when the Luo family's branch completely controls the Zhenju city, our Azure Sea sect will be suppressed by them for generations. Another elder said. That's right, we can create a palace. Let's have all the experts of the Golden Crown country resist the Luo family's actions. The 9 great cities of the Golden Crown country, each of them should have a 2-star sect. Now that the Sword Reverence sect of Zhenju City has been destroyed, the Luo family's branch wants to compete for the overlord of Zhenju City. This matter, the other sects of the Golden Crown country will certainly not agree. They are not willing to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. This will arouse public anger. Sect Master, say something. Seeing that several elders were excited, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect nodded slightly and said, You are right, the other sects of the Golden Crown country certainly do not want to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. At this step, we have a great advantage. After a slight pause, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect opened his mouth again and said, Moreover, I have absolute confidence that we can defeat the Luo family's branch and make our Azure Sea sect the overlord of Zhenju City. Crash! As soon as the voice of the Azure Sea sect's Sect Master fell, a somewhat substantial tiger suddenly appeared in the air above his head. Roar! This tiger, looking up to the sky. With a roar, it emitted a wild aura. Seeing this, many elders were overjoyed. Sect Master, you have reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Hearing this, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect nodded and said, If I reach the condensing reality realm, our Azure Sea sect will be promoted to a 2-star sect. At that time, the Luo family's branch will not be able to fight with us. Many elders suddenly realized that the Sect Master had already thought about everything. They were too anxious. Ha ha ha! Many elders burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly spread into the Azure Sea sect. What is this? The elders of the Azure Sea sect frowned and asked doubtfully. What a strong aura. The Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect was also surprised. After a while, the Azure Sea sect was shocked. They learned that someone had stepped onto the reverend sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky. Roar. What? Someone stepped onto the reverend sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky. Roar. The elders of the Azure Sea sect were shocked. Then, they rushed towards the reverend sword peak. At this time, more and more warriors were gathering at the foot of the reverend sword peak. They were all attracted by the shocking sword light. On the reverend sword peak, golden light surrounded the body of a young man holding a giant sword. Chapter 374. On the reverend sword peak, Fang Chen was holding a huge sword. His body was surrounded by boundless sword intent, which made many of the cultivators below the reverend sword peak feel their hearts palpitate. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, many experts from Sword Prefecture City had arrived. They wanted to find out what was going on. The Azure Sea sect's sect master led the Azure Sea sect's disciples to the reverend sword peak. Following them, the Luo family's branch disciples also arrived. The Luo family's head was at the front, with the other disciples behind him. "Just who is it that can raise the huge sword on the reverend sword peak?" whispered the Luo family's head. At this time, behind the Luo family's head stood a white-haired old man. He was the alchemist grandmaster who had almost killed Fang Chen, Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan's eyes were shining with a golden light. He was wondering just who this man was. As more and more cultivators arrived, countless experts from Sword Prefecture City gathered below the reverend sword peak. They were all looking at the figure on the reverend sword peak. On the reverend sword peak, Fang Chen held the gigantic sword in his hand. Within his body, the golden heart was vibrating rapidly. From the gigantic sword, Fang Chen's will was conveyed, as if it wanted to borrow Fang Chen's hand to avenge the reverend sword sect. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and a ray of swordlight shot out from the huge sword. It tore through the sky, and the sound of thunder resounded through the horizon. In the next moment, Fang Chen's eyes looked at the plains below the reverend sword peak. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. That was because he saw Luo Hanshan from the Luo family's branch sect. Luo Hanshan! Fang Chen roared in his heart. Back then, he had almost died at Luo Hanshan's hands. Back then, he had sworn that he would definitely take revenge in his lifetime. And now, it was time for revenge. Crash! Fang Chen gripped his giant sword and took a step forward, standing at the front of the reverend sword peak. He looked down at the numerous martial artists below the reverend sword peak. Finally, his gaze settled on Luo Hanshan. Roar! Fang Chen let out a cry of "Look up to the sky." With a furious roar, he swung the huge sword in his hand forward with a flick of his wrist. Rumble wild sword essence instantly shot out from the huge sword. Many warriors at the foot of the reverend sword peak sensed this scene and their expressions changed drastically. He seems to be unable to control the giant sword. "Quickly retreat!" a martial artist shouted. At this moment, even the warriors of the Luo family and the Azure Sea sect were retreating. However, their retreating speed was not as fast as the attack speed of the giant sword. When the 10-meter-long sword struck the ground of the reverend sword peak, a crack appeared on the ground along the tip of the sword. The crack spread rapidly down the mountain peak. Some cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swallowed by this crack, letting out a series of miserable screams. No. The members of the Luo family's branch fled quickly under the leadership of their family head. However, they were shocked to discover that this terrifying swordlight was heading straight for them. After several of the Luo family's warriors died, this terrifying swordlight instantly struck the Luo family's crowd. Luo Hanshan, who was madly running, suddenly sensed that the swordlight was right behind him. He let out an unwilling roar. Rumble! Seeing that he was unable to dodge this attack, Luo Hanshan raised his head to the sky. With a furious roar, he circulated all the power in his body to block this terrifying attack. Poochie! Luo Hanshan's attack instantly shattered under the boundless sword light. Then, this sword light directly split Luo Hanshan in two. Master! Seeing Luo Hanshan split in two, the Luo family's warriors all roared. Even though they were furious, they didn't dare to stay. That was because the boundless sword light was too powerful. They even felt that this boundless swordlight was similar to the attack of a condensing reality expert. Catcher. The cracks on the ground continued to spread. Below the Reverend Sword Peak, many warriors were rapidly fleeing. However, after killing Luo Hanshan, that boundless swordlight automatically disappeared. Too powerful. That huge sword is actually so tyrannical. Even Master Luo Hanshan died under that huge sword. This kid's threat is really too great. Many warriors were standing far away, looking at the Reverend Sword Peak. After the huge sword was brandished, the entire Reverend Sword Peak was split in two. There was a very deep sword scar in the middle. It was extremely terrifying. Fang Chen stood on the Reverend Sword Peak, his eyes flickering. Looking at the dead Luo Hanshan, a faint smile appeared on his face. This is just the beginning. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Originally, when Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng saw the boundless swordlight appear from the huge sword, they were shocked. They thought that Fang Chen was unable to control the huge sword. But when Xiahou Wu saw that the huge sword was attacking the Luo family's branch, he finally realized that Fang Chen had done this on purpose. A moment later, he discovered that his guess was completely correct. Although the Luo family had lost quite a few people, the one who had lost the most was Master Luo Hanshan. As for the other sect members, they hadn't suffered any losses. Damn it! Luo Hanshan's death was a huge blow to the Luo family's branch. When the swordlight completely dissipated, the Luo family's patriarch arrived in front of the Azure Sea sect. Azure Sea sect master, you also saw what happened just now. That kid's huge sword is too threatening. Why don't our two families work together to eliminate him? Asked the Luo family's patriarch. The Azure Sea sect master's eyes flickered. After a while, he said, My Azure Sea sect didn't suffer any losses. We won't interfere in this matter. The Luo family's patriarch was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Just as the two of them were speaking, the huge sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the huge sword that was 10 meters long became 1 meter long. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately realized that the huge sword had done this on its own. The only reason it had let him pull it out was because it wanted to take revenge for the Reverend Sword sect. Let's work together to take revenge for the Reverend Sword sect, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the huge sword let out a sword cry. Furthermore, it trembled as if it was responding to Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen walked down from the Sword Reverence Peak. Seeing Fang Chen come down, the Luo family's disciples all rushed forward to surround Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng wanted to help, but Fang Chen shook his head, indicating for them not to interfere. Brat, you killed my Luo family's alchemy grandmaster. Shouldn't you give my Luo family an explanation? The Luo family's patriarch walked in front of Fang Chen. Luo Hanshan was killed by my sword. Everyone saw it. What explanation do you need? Asked Fang Chen tyrannically. Brat, this is Sword Prefecture City. Although I don't know how you managed to pull out that huge sword, do you think you can rely on just that to contend against my Luo family's branch family? A trifling Luo family's branch family isn't worthy of my attention, said Fang Chen. Chen-ph, publicly provoking my Luo family? You're courting death, raged the Luo family's patriarch. You want an explanation? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard the Luo family head's words. If you don't give my Luo family an explanation. The Luo family's patriarch hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Fang Chen. I'll give you an explanation. As soon as Fang Chen's words fell, the huge sword in his hand instantly grew to 10 meters long. Sword intent soared into the sky. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Seeing Fang Chen about to attack, the Luo family's patriarch was completely infuriated. All the Luo family's experts, attack together. Surround this brat. Rumble. As soon as the Luo family's patriarch gave the order, the Luo family's elders all attacked together, surrounding Fang Chen. Damn it. The Luo family's people surrounding Fang Chen infuriated Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Swish. The two of them used their full strength and directly charged into the Luo family's crowd, unleashing a slaughter. Poochie. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. Bloodthirsty killing intent surged out of him. His body was filled with a berserk death chi. With each of his punches, the Luo family's people would die. Although Jianfeng wasn't as strong as Xiahou Wu, he was still one of the 9 princes. His attacks were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the Luo family had lost several people. Accomplices. The Luo family's patriarch was even more infuriated. But he didn't attack. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the cultivator covered in berserk sword intent. Crash. Fang Chen raised his sword and slashed at the Luo family's patriarch. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. Under Fang Chen's control, that shadow slashed at the Luo family's patriarch. Catcher. The Luo family's patriarch used all his strength to block that huge shadow, but he still couldn't block it. How is this possible? At that moment, the Luo family's patriarch was shocked to discover that this person's strength was too tyrannical. It wasn't something he could block. Stop. My Luo family is willing to reconcile. The Luo family's patriarch was struck by the huge shadow and was sent flying. He tried his best to stabilize his body and loudly shouted. If the battle continued, although he had the confidence to survive, the Luo family's disciples would all die tragically. Stop. Hearing the Luo family's patriarch's words, Fang Chen stopped attacking. At the same time, Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng also stopped attacking. This is just a lesson. If there is a next time, there is no need for your Luo family's branch to exist. Fang Chen coldly said. Let's go. The Luo family's patriarch's eyes flickered as he glanced at Fang Chen. Then, he led the disciples and turned around to leave. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After the Luo family's disciples left, the Azure Sea sect's disciples also quietly left. This was a demon king, they didn't dare to provoke him. More accurately, before their patriarch completely advanced to the condensing reality realm, they didn't dare to provoke this person. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left on the ground, Fang Chen and the other 2. Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng's faces revealed a trace of a smile. They looked at Fang Chen and said, Fang Chen, you actually pulled out the huge sword. You are worthy of being called the Heaven Sword Son. Yes, Fang Chen, with the huge sword, your strength has increased tremendously. Even if you are facing a martial marquis ranking expert, you are not the slightest bit afraid. Jianfeng said. Fang Chen nodded and said, I will use this huge sword to take revenge for the sword sect. When he mentioned the sword sect, the 3 of them instantly became silent. However, the blood in their bodies was boiling. Chapter 375. Fang Chen, the 5 martial marquises that attacked the sword reverence sect have extraordinary strength. We're not their match. We can't be impulsive, said Jianfeng. Although they urgently wanted to take revenge for the sword reverence sect, Jianfeng knew that the 5 martial marquises were all in the top 30 of the martial marquises ranking. With their current strength, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng is right. Not only can we not take revenge, but we also can't let them know of our existence. Otherwise, they'll eliminate us completely. The scarlet color in Xiahou Wu's eyes faded away, his bloodthirsty killing intent retracted, and the death chi dissipated. He nodded his head and said. Fang Chen naturally knew that now wasn't the time for revenge. But he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could take revenge for the sword reverence sect. What do you plan on doing now? Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the 2 of them. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng and I are planning on hiding. We'll cultivate while looking for sect master Tian Zhenzi, said Xiahou Wu. Yes. Before we have absolute confidence, we can't act blindly without thinking, warned Fang Chen. Fang Chen, where are you going? Asked Xiahou Wu. I'm going to the northern region first. Then I'll secretly investigate the truth behind the sword reverence sect's destruction, said Fang Chen. After asking around, Fang Chen learned that there had been a total of 6 people who had destroyed the sword reverence sect. Of those, there were 5 martial marquises. But the most mysterious one was the black-robed man. If it weren't for that black-robed man, the sword reverence sect wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. The outside world was guessing that black-robed man's true identity. But no matter how they guessed, they were unable to guess. Fang Chen had a faint feeling that this matter had something to do with the Yellow Spring sect. But he also didn't know who that black-robed man was. So he had to go investigate. "Be careful," said Xiahou Wu. Soon after, Xiahou Wu and Zhen Feng quickly disappeared from the Sword Continent city. Fang Chen looked at their disappearing figures and also left the Sword Continent city. Fang Chen's disappearance from the Sword State City instantly spread throughout the entire Sword State City. At this time, the Luo family branch was the most furious. However, Fang Chen had already left, so they did not dare to provoke him. The happiest of all was naturally the Azure Sea sect. The two great sects had been fighting for control of Zhenju City. Now that the Luo clan's branch had suffered a heavy blow, it was time for them to strike. Within the Azure Sea sect, in a large hall, the sect master of the Azure Sea sect had a look of joy on his face. He said, "The Luo family has lost a grandmaster. This is the best opportunity to attack the Luo family's branches in all aspects. I'm going into closed-door training. The day I come out will be the day I step into the condensing reality realm." Qing Hai sect master smiled. As long as he could step into the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't care about a small branch of the Luo family. At that time, the Azure Sea Martial School would be able to become one of the top 9 two-star sect, and become the real overlord of the Sword State City. The other sect in the central region didn't know about the chaos in Sword State City because the news hadn't spread. At the same time, another piece of news that shocked all the warriors spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. In less than 3 days, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation, together with the Luo family and the other top 9 two-star sect, besieged the Iron Sword sect, the De Luo sect, and the Sea Cloud sect. Under the siege of so many powerful sects, the 3 top sect couldn't resist at all. In less than 3 days, the 3 top two-star sect were all destroyed. Among the 3 top two-star sect, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation discovered the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Using this clue, they found the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect and killed them all. This battle shocked the entire Golden Crown Nation. At the same time, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation announced that the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were the enemies of the entire ancient Sword Continent. Everyone had the right to punish them. Anyone who was found to have cooperated with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect would be killed without mercy. After this news spread, the whole Golden Crown Nation was looking for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, in a very secluded and dangerous place in the Golden Crown Nation, it was pitch black and surrounded by a grey fog. If there was an expert here, he would definitely discover that the grey fog was actually an illusion formation. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful illusion formation. In the illusion formation, there was a cave. This cave was filled with evil. The evil aura contained many members of the Yellow Spring sect. The leader of the Yellow Spring sect was a one-armed old man. There were several scars on his face and he looked fierce. Suddenly, a member of the Yellow Spring sect broke the silence in the cave and said in a low voice, "Lord Protector, the 3 top sect have been annihilated. A few of our men have also died." Bang! The one-armed old man's fist slammed on the stone table in front of him. Instantly, the stone table shattered. It was obvious that he was furious. "A bunch of trash. We've painstakingly planned for so many years, but they exposed us," the one-armed protector said angrily. The one-armed protector had almost died in that great battle. One of his arms had been chopped off by a human expert. He had used the unique cultivation method of the Yellow Spring sect to avoid the disaster. He had been in a deep sleep all these years. Not long ago, he had finally woken up. Of course, he hadn't woken up by himself. He had been woken up by someone. The person who had woken him up was also a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. However, this protector's position in the Yellow Spring sect was much higher than his. Moreover, his cultivation base was also higher than his. Because his arm had been chopped off, his cultivation base had been crippled. This powerful protector had done his best to heal him. In the end, his injuries had basically healed. Moreover, his cultivation base had also returned to the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. After that, this mysterious protector had placed him in charge of everything in the Golden Crown Nation. They had painstakingly planned and managed to control the 3 two-star sects with great difficulty. They had slowly infiltrated the Golden Crown Nation. However, this time, their identities had been exposed in the divine illusion space. As a result, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation had allied with other sects and completely destroyed the 3 two-star sects. Now, their people couldn't even move an inch in the Golden Crown Nation. This had caused their plans to come to a standstill. Thinking of the powerful protector's orders, the one-armed protector felt a wave of fear in his heart. For now, let's hide for a while. The one-armed protector muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he said, "That's right. Have you investigated how our identities were exposed in the divine illusion space? Lord Protector, it said that a martial artist called Tai Nyo suddenly appeared in the divine illusion space. He didn't belong to any faction, but he was extremely powerful. He fought Tai Yun and the others by himself. They weren't his match, so their identities were exposed." A member of the Yellow Spring sect said in a low voice. "Then is there any news of Protector Wu Xian?" The one-armed protector asked in a low voice. Several members of the Yellow Spring sect shook their heads. No one had mentioned Protector Wu Xian, so they didn't know. Tai Nyo. Softly muttering Tai Nyo's name, the one-armed protector's heart was filled with killing intent toward Tai Nyo. "Keep an eye out for this martial artist called Tai Nyo. If you encounter him, immediately tell me," said the one-armed protector. Everyone in the Golden Crown Nation was searching for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. As for Fang Chen, he was currently on his way to the north. His goal this time was to kill the alchemy grandmaster Luo He. The current Fang Chen's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was comparable to a martial marquis expert. Killing Luo He would be far too easy. He wanted revenge. Several days later, Fang Chen finally arrived in the north. After asking around, he discovered that Luo He had settled in the center of the north, within Mountain River City. Mountain River City? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, Fang Chen headed to Mountain River City. Along the way, Fang Chen met many martial artists from the north. When Fang Chen had first entered the Golden Crown Nation, he had thought that the martial artists from the 4 great tribes were very strong. But now, it seemed that they were just SOSO. After a few twists and turns, Fang Chen arrived at Mountain River City. Mountain River City was the core city of the north. It was very prosperous, and there were many large sects in it. Fang Chen glanced at the bustling Mountain River City and entered it. North, Mountain River City, Mystic Moon House. 2 martialists were sitting quietly in a pavilion. They were playing chess. Around the pavilion was a pond. In the pond, there were countless little goldfish playing happily. This was the garden of the Mystic Moon residence, and it was also the only garden of the Mystic Moon residence. Speaking of this garden, it was very famous in the north. As an alchemy grandmaster, there were countless martial artists who came to ask Luo He to refine elixirs for them every day. Of course, Luo He would not do it personally. The reason why this garden was famous was because any martial artist who was invited to enter Mystic Moon House would be personally received by Luo He, and they could even get Luo He to refine elixirs for them. At this moment, in the pavilion, Luo He was being controlled by a white chess piece, while another martial artist was holding a black chess piece. The 2 of them were focused on playing chess. After a while, the martial artist holding the black chess piece lost. He looked at Luo He with a face full of smiles. "Brother Luo He, you really know how to enjoy life. This Mystic Moon House is really a good place to cultivate," the martial artist said. This martial artist did not seem to be more than 100 years old. His entire body was emitting pure spiritual energy. Facing this person, Luo He was very polite. "Brother He, to be praised by an expert on the martial marquis list is really an honor," Luo He said with a smile. This person was at the bottom of the martial marquis list, the 72nd ranked martial marquis, the Black River martial marquis. The Black River martial marquis was a loose cultivator. Relying on his own efforts, he had successfully entered the martial marquis list when he was 90 years old. Although he was at the bottom, within the Golden Crown Nation, his position was extremely high. The Black River martial marquis relationship with Luo He was not shallow. The reason he had come to find Luo He was because he wanted Luo He to help him refine an elixir. "Brother Luo He, you should already know why I've come," said the Black River Marshal Marquis. "Of course I know. Brother He, his matter is my matter. Within 3 days, I will definitely let Brother He see the elixir," Luo He solemnly vowed. Hearing that, the Black River Marshal Marquis smiled. "Brother Luo He is straightforward. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, don't hesitate to tell me." Chapter 376. While Marquis He was chatting with Luo He, a young man filled with killing intent was walking towards the Mystic Moon House. At this time, it was noon. Xianyu residence was located on Xianyu Mountain. From the top of Xianyu Mountain to the foot of the mountain, it was filled with warriors. Among them, there was no lack of powerful warriors. They were all here to ask Grandmaster Luo He to refine some pills. Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the Mystic Moon Mountain. Seeing the sea of people, he frowned and walked up the Mystic Moon Mountain step by step. Most of the warriors on the Mystic Moon Mountain had an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, no one would cut the queue. Even if someone did, they would resist. At this moment, some people saw Fang Chen cutting the queue and walking past them. Some of the warriors were furious. "Kid, this is the Mystic Moon Mountain. If you want to visit Master Luo He, you better line up obediently." "That's right, kid. Cutting the queue in the Mystic Moon Mountain will not end well. Mph, a piece of trash. If you don't stop moving forward, I'll kill you." Many warriors at the foot of the mountain were furious. Fang Chen acted as if he did not hear them and continued walking towards the peak of the mountain. Just as Fang Chen walked a few steps, a tall and sturdy man suddenly blocked Fang Chen's path. "Kid, we've worked so hard to line up. You dare to cut the queue? Are you looking for death?" This tall and sturdy man was quite famous in the Mountain River City. He was at the 4th level of the Qi High Realm. Among the younger generation, he was one of the top warriors. Seeing this tall and sturdy man appear, the crowd snickered. They thought that this kid would be dealt with by this tall and sturdy man. "Move aside." Fang Chen's voice was very calm as he spoke quietly. "You're looking for death." When the burly man heard this, he was furious. A wild aura surged around him as he prepared to attack Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a heart-palpitating aura surged out from Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the tall and sturdy man. The tall and sturdy man suddenly felt dizzy. "Get out of the way," Fang Chen said again. At this time, all the warriors were shocked. The tall and sturdy man obediently stepped aside, and Fang Chen moved forward again. Seeing this scene, the crowd was puzzled. Why didn't the burly man make a move? Why did he directly open up a path for this person? Why did you let him go? A martial artist asked, puzzled. "It's too terrifying. A single glance from him is enough to make my heart tremble." The burly man's forehead was filled with beads of sweat. He felt a lingering fear. If he had chosen to attack just now, he might have been killed by this person. Hearing the tall and sturdy man's words, the surrounding people cried out in alarm. They all looked at Fang Chen with fear in their eyes. Fang Chen's entire body was shrouded in an extremely dense aura. Along the way, most of the cultivators who sensed this aura immediately avoided it, not daring to block Fang Chen's path. Just like this, Fang Chen soon reached the halfway point of the mountain. When Fang Chen was halfway up the mountain, he finally met a martial artist who blocked his path. This martial artist was one of the strongest in the north. He was at the 5th level of the Qi High Realm. Originally, he could have entered the central region, but because of his cultivation method, he wanted to ask for a pill from Master Luo He before entering the central region. "Kid, this is the Mystic Moon Mountain. Don't be so arrogant. Get down the mountain obediently and line up yourself," the martial artist said coldly. He didn't think that this person was his match. Fang Chen's aura surged. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial artist. He then said, "If I were you, I wouldn't say such words." Seeing Fang Chen's confident expression, the martial artist became even angrier. With his strength, almost no one in the younger generation of the north dared to say such words to him. Fang Chen's words were provoking him. Do you want to die? The martial artist sneered. If I make a move, the one who dies will be you. Fang Chen said. Facing these ant-like existences, Fang Chen didn't want to waste time. If that's the case, then I'll let you know. Before the martial artist could finish his words, he was punched by Fang Chen and fell down from the mystic moon mountain. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fang Chen was merciful. He didn't lose his life, but he fainted. This scene finally alarmed all the martialists lining up on the mystic moon mountain. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could he send Xu Fei flying with one punch? How strong would he need to be to do that? He's so young, but his strength is at least at the 6th level of the Qi High Realm. Could it be that he's from the central region? It must be so. This person can't be provoked. In an instant, the people lining up on the mystic moon mountain looked at Fang Chen cautiously. They all opened up a path for him. After that, Fang Chen arrived at the top of the mystic moon mountain without any obstructions. At this moment, the door of the mystic moon residence was closed. On both sides of the door, there were 2 guards. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying aura. It was obvious that they were powerful martial artists. Fang Chen stepped onto the mystic moon mountain and arrived at the entrance of the mystic moon residence. This is the mystic moon residence. Please stop. One of the guards stopped Fang Chen and said, I'm here to look for Luo He. Fang Chen said, Great Master Luo He is meeting with a guest. He won't see anyone. The other guard said coldly, He will see me. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 2 guards suddenly let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, they held their heads and rolled on the ground. After that, Fang Chen opened the door of the mystic moon residence and stepped inside. On the mystic moon mountain, many martial artists saw this scene and their faces were filled with shock. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen in the mystic moon residence. Who is this brat? Why is he so strong that he even dares to beat up the guards of the mystic moon residence? This brat's background is not small. He might be from the younger generation of some large power in the central region. The mystic moon residence is Great Master Luo his residence. Great Master Luo He definitely won't let him off for barging in so recklessly. Many martial artists were discussing as they looked inside the mystic moon residence. But without Great Master Luo his orders, they didn't dare enter without permission. After Fang Chen entered the mystic moon residence, he asked around and found out that Luo He was meeting with an old friend in the garden. When Fang Chen arrived at the garden, he saw Luo He chatting with a martial artist. Fang Chen walked over step by step. It wasn't until he crossed the bridge and was about to enter the pavilion in the middle of the pond that he was discovered by Luo He. Can't you see that I'm meeting with an old friend? Who let you in? Luo He saw Fang Chen, but since Fang Chen had changed his appearance, he naturally didn't recognize him. He thought he was a servant of the mystic moon residence. Fang Chen ignored Luo He's shout and continued walking. When he entered the pavilion, a faint smile appeared on his face. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Luo He and said, You're the one who let me in. What do you mean, when did I let you in? Luo He was about to explode. Just at this moment, Marshal Marquis Heihe stood up. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Fang Chen and said, This brat is releasing killing intent. Bang! Hearing that, Luo He suddenly stood up. Glaring at Fang Chen, he icily said, Brat, just who are you? The person who's going to kill you. Fang Chen said softly. There wasn't the slightest fear on his face. Kill me. Ha ha ha, you're too naive. You're the first person who dares to say he's going to kill me in my mystic moon residence. Luo He's expression was sinister as he madly laughed. Even the Black River Marquis smiled faintly. However, his smile was filled with mockery. Crash! A huge sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. But this time, it was only a meter long. It looked exactly the same as an ordinary long sword. Seeing Fang Chen take out his weapon, Luo He's expression completely sank. This brat had come to the mystic moon residence to kill him. That was clearly provoking him. Today, you will definitely die. Luo He roared. A wild aura surged out of his body and condensed on his fist. He punched at Fang Chen. The current Luo He posed no threat to Fang Chen. Seeing Luo his attack, Fang Chen's aura surged. In the next instant, a monstrous sword intent enveloped the entire pavilion. What? Sensing the terrifying sword intent, Martial Marquis Heihe's face finally turned serious. As a Martial Marquis, he was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly sensed Fang Chen's power. Brother Luo He, you can't. Martial Marquis Heihe roared. His figure flashed as he grabbed Luo his body that was about to rush out. However, it was already a little too late. The huge sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly expanded to a size of 10 meters. Under Fang Chen's control, the huge sword directly cut open the pavilion and slashed out, instantly slashing Luo his body. Crack! Martial Marquis Heihe arrived in time and grabbed Luo He, saving him. However, one of Luo his arms was cut off. Rumble! The huge sword in Fang Chen's hand slashed down. After cutting off one of Luo his arms, it slashed at the ground. Crack! A crack instantly appeared on the ground. Even the pavilion was cut in half. The entire Mystic Moon residence was cut in half by the sword that descended from the sky, turning into ruins. At this moment, the numerous cultivators on the Mystic Moon Mountain could not withstand the wild sword intent. Their bodies swayed as they rolled down the Mystic Moon Mountain. When the numerous cultivators safely arrived at the bottom of the Mystic Moon Mountain, they raised their heads and discovered that the Mystic Moon residence had been cut in half by the sword. Could it be that cultivator from before? Heavens, what did I see? He cut the Mystic Moon residence in half with a sword. That's too strong. That sword intent made my heart tremble. I wonder how Grandmaster Luo He is doing. What a heaven-defying cultivator. He actually came to the Mystic Moon residence alone to kill Grandmaster Luo He. Numerous cultivators were also shocked by the majestic sword light that descended from the sky. This majestic sword light had directly cut the Mystic Moon residence in half. The entire Mystic Moon residence was filled with fog. Miserable cries continuously rang out. Above the ruins, Luo his arm was still bleeding. He had almost fainted. He did not dare to imagine why such a tyrannical cultivator would want to kill him. I, Luo He, am not that easy to bully. Luo his eyes were scarlet red as he roared furiously, Brother Heihe, help me kill him. Chapter 377. Before he could even make a move, one of his arms had already been chopped off. Furthermore, his Mystic Moon residence had actually been split into two by the boundless sword light. This scene caused Luo He to be extremely shocked. At the same time, Luo He gradually descended into madness. He knew that he wasn't a match for his opponent, but he wouldn't let this matter rest after his arm was chopped off. Old Brother Heihe, as long as you help me kill this person, I'll help you refine the pills you need without limit. Luo his eyes flickered with madness. Right now, his hatred for Fang Chen was sky high. As long as he could kill Fang Chen, he would do anything. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. His entire body emitted a wild aura. After hearing Luo his words, he finally opened his mouth. Brat, I don't know who you are, but since you've injured my friend, I, Heihe, will definitely not let you off. Heihe coldly said. You can't stop me. He must die today. Fang Chen indifferently said, as if killing Luo He was an extremely easy matter. A mere junior dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Heihe. You're courting death. Heihe's face darkened as he coldly said. Although Heihe was ranked last on the Martial Marquis list, which one of them wasn't a peerless talent? Heihe wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was ranked on the Martial Marquis list. In the past, he was also a true genius in the Golden Crown country. Specks of light faintly appeared on Heihe's fists. These specks of light contained an extremely boundless aura. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid in the slightest. Because, in the divine illusion space, his strength had already surpassed Heihe. Now that he had obtained the foundation of the Sword Reverence sect and the sect protector divine sword, his strength had increased once again. Therefore, he didn't put a mere Heihe in his eyes. Old Brother Heihe, kill him. Luo He stood to the side, stopping the bleeding from his severed arm as he hysterically shouted. Hearing Luo his shout, He didn't plan to waste any time. He wanted to attack like lightning and kill Fang Chen. He art. Following the Black River Marquis' furious roar, an incomparably dense spiritual chi suddenly appeared around his body. Under the Black River Marquis' control, this spiritual chi seemed to be continuous and unending. This was the Black River Martial Marquis' famous technique, the Black River Technique. The Black River Martial Marquis had also sensed that this person's strength was abnormally tyrannical, so he immediately used his famous technique, the Black River Technique. You should be proud to die under my Black River art. The Black River Martial Marquis clenched his fists tightly and suddenly punched towards Fang Chen. He art. Fang Chen said in a low voice, holding his huge sword horizontally in front of his chest. In the next instant, an extremely wild aura was emitted from the giant sword. This was the foundation of the Sword Reverence sect, the divine sword of the sect. Its power was extraordinary. Coupled with Fang Chen's level 7 water and fire sword technique, its power caused even Luo his heart to palpitate. Boom! The Black River Martial Marquis' fist heavily collided with the huge sword. The Black River Martial Marquis' face, which was originally filled with a wild smile, suddenly changed and he shouted loudly. After that, the Black River Martial Marquis' body continuously retreated. However, how could Fang Chen let go of such a good opportunity? The huge sword in his hand suddenly danced. Instantly, an extremely wild sword light of water and fire shot towards the Black River Marquis. At this moment, Martial Marquis Heihe was incomparably shocked in his heart. In the previous contact, he discovered that this person was so young, but his strength was actually so tyrannical. Even my Black River arts can't block it. The Black River Martial Marquis pondered as he retreated. Poochie. The sword light of water and fire heavily bombarded the Black River Martial Marquis' body. The Black River Martial Marquis was barely able to block it and wasn't heavily injured. However, following closely behind was the huge sword, the divine sword of the Sword Reverence sect. Whoosh! At this moment, Fang Chen exploded with all his strength and the huge sword fiercely pierced into the Black River Martial Marquis' body. The Black River Martial Marquis frantically counterattacked. At the same time, Fang Chen's head slightly moved and a strand of spiritual flame appeared and drilled into the Black River Martial Marquis' head. I can't accept this. The Black River Martial Marquis' soul endlessly trembled. He roared. A minute later, the Black River Martial Marquis' corpse fell to the ground, forever losing its vitality. Fang Chen picked up the Black River Martial Marquis interspatial ring and then walked step by step towards Luo He. Who are you? I have no enmity with you, so why do you want to kill me? Luo He was endlessly terrified as she continuously retreated. Even the Black River Martial Marquis had been killed by this person. How could Luo He not be afraid? However, Luo He had already secretly notified his good friend, the Heavenly River Martial Marquis. The Heavenly River Martial Marquis' strength was much greater than the Black River Martial Marquis. As long as the Heavenly River Martial Marquis arrived, he would be safe. So what he needed to do now was stall for time. You really want to know who I am? Suddenly, Fang Chen laughed. In the next instant, Fang Chen's face wriggled and in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's appearance changed. It's you. When Luo He saw Fang Chen's appearance, she involuntarily cried out. How is this possible? How are you so strong? Luo He couldn't believe it. Back then, Fang Chen had been nothing more than an ant in front of her. But in just a short amount of time, Fang Chen was actually able to easily kill a Martial Marquis. That was too exaggerated. No, you can't kill me. The Heavenly River Martial Marquis is already on his way. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Luo He was just about to send a message to the Heavenly River Martial Marquis, but with a wave of his sword, his other arm was instantly cut off. Back then, I swore that I would definitely kill you in this life, said Fang Chen icily. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, Luo He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with terror. Fang Chen, I was wrong back then. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything. Luo He cried out in terror. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. With a single step, he arrived beside Luo He. Raising his sword, He prepared to kill Luo He. No, Fang Chen, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. A secret about your master's ancient sect. Luo He shouted. Hearing the words ancient sect, Fang Chen's hand froze. He icily said, I'll give you 1 minute. There are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect who want to kill your master. Your master's current situation is extremely dangerous, said Luo He. Yes. Fang Chen frowned as he looked at Luo He. I had a small transaction with a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Not long ago, he obtained some medicinal pills from me and owed me a favor. I had him help me kill the ancient sect. In any case, it's a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Even if I'm discovered, they won't suspect me. Luo He trembled. Fang Chen, I've already told you everything. Can you let me off? Fang Chen sneered and shook his head. From the start, Fang Chen had never planned on letting Luo He off. You can die now, said Fang Chen icily. Raising his sword, he directly stabbed it into Luo He's head. A generation's alchemy grandmaster, Luo He, had died. After doing all this, Fang Chen took away Luo He's spatial ring. Then he put away his sword and left the Shenyu residence. At the foot of Shenyu Mountain, many martial artists were shocked. They had all heard miserable screams. Could it be that Grandmaster Luo He was killed? Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person is Grandmaster Luo He? How could he die so easily? The battle within the Shenyu residence was too intense. The entire residence has been turned into ruins. Look, someone's coming. He seems familiar. Isn't he Luo He's good friend, the Heavenly River Marquis? Some martial artists instantly recognized him. What? Even the Heavenly River Marquis has appeared. The Heavenly River Marquis hastily rushed over to Mountain River City. He directly entered the ruins of the Shenyu residence. Luo He. When the Heavenly River Marquis saw Luo He's corpse, he was infuriated. Damn it, I'm late. Just who killed Luo He? Roared the Heavenly River Marquis. The roar of the Sky River Martial Marquis spread throughout the entire Mountain River City. At this moment, the entire city was shaken. Alchemy Grandmaster Luo He had been killed. Even though the Heavenly River Marquis had rushed over, he hadn't been able to find the culprit. That infuriated him. After that, the Heavenly River Marquis sent out a notice to the entire nation. There was a portrait on this notice. As long as someone could provide the specific location of this martial artist, they could directly become the Heavenly River Marquis's personal disciple. When this news spread, the entire Golden Crown Nation was shaken. Countless martial artists were all searching for this martial artist. The Heavenly River Marquis's personal disciple was extremely attractive. Of course, at the same time, news of what had happened within the Shenyu residence had spread. Even the death of the Heavenly River Marquis had been discovered. For a time, news of this martial artist had spread throughout the entire northern region, and then it had spread to the central region. A day later, some people had recognized this martial artist. His name was Tai Nyo, and he had suppressed the head of the 9 princes, Luo Gong, in the divine illusion space. He had become the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. Heavens! Just who is this Tai Nyo? At such a young age, he was actually able to kill the Heavenly River Marquis and Grandmaster Luo He. It won't be long before Tai Nyo enters the Martial Marquis rankings. At that time, his name will be known throughout the world. In the divine illusion space, Tai Nyo was like a legend. He rose step by step, becoming the biggest winner of the divine illusion space. I never thought that he would do such a shocking thing as soon as he left the divine illusion space. Everyone was discussing the matter of Tai Nyo killing the Heavenly River Marquis and Luo He. Of course, the majority of the martial artists believed that Tai Nyo's target was the Heavenly River Marquis. As for Luo He, she was just a passing target. While the outside world was in an uproar looking for him, Fang Chen embarked on the journey to the west alone. He wanted to save his master, Jiyu Zong. Master, please don't let anything happen to you,